And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Gaarden live stream. You can be watching from anywhere around the country or the world. Really appreciate every single one of you coming to from the spaceship studios, a garden far away. Okay. And, we have these. There is an Alien Disclosure movie out. It'll be interesting to see how that goes. People sometimes have bad reviews on it. Some people have good reviews on it. We're watching the Borges trial today, which was nice to see because a lot of times the trial, it's kind of a dark trial, but it was still an interesting trial to look at today. So yeah, it's very cool. This is good morning, Callie. Great to see you. And yeah, and we're going to see what we encounter in here, if we're going to encounter any bandit puppies or whatever. So yeah, it's always great to see you at night. And I usually would do these things at night. I've been doing them during the morning, but I've also do these at night where we'll do these walkthroughs. It's very fascinating how big they can get. Okay, and yeah. So anyway, so it was a pretty. I remember when that trial came out. When I was talking about earlier, I remember when it was out, and these people could do some pretty gruesome. A dragonfly flew in my face. They could do some pretty gruesome things. And then you'll see that, like, these defense teams will try to come up with something. Oh, glad you like it. I'm glad that you love it. Yeah, it's very spooky because a lot of people, make their thoughts on it. Where am I exactly? Am I in the middle of nowhere or where it is? So it is very cool. And there's also the stars. Now I will say that sometimes the reception get a little bit trippy when I point it a certain way. So if it buffers, it'll come back. Okay, so let's see. I don't know if y'all can even see that, but that is a star right there, or a planet. All right. And then there's another one that way. Yeah, Carlos, it's good to be back with the see y'all. Yeah, y'all could see the star. Okay, that's good. That's good. All right, yeah. So that's the night sky with the tree, and it's pretty cool. And it's really a majestic sight to see. And yeah, because these things can get up to 15 feet tall. That's the cool thing about it. Yeah. So when you have, like, say, a cryptid, it will be when something is so dense like this, it's kind of hard to tell what is here and what isn't here. That is something that you why cryptids are probably more prevalent in these types of woodlands than other places. As I said, the only thing I saw that was a cryptid. Yeah, they're growing like crazy. Yeah, they get up to 15 feet. They'll go way up in the sky. It's like a beanstalk. Oh, oh, awesome. Callie, congratulations. You've been gifted a membership by Carlos. Thank you. Very nice of you. So, yeah, that is something. Yeah, shout out to Claude, the bandit puppy, and Bubbles. Yeah, yeah. And that is where a lot of these different types of concepts come from. Where, yeah, I mean, we're in the woods at night, right? And you see something move. It could be anything. It could be a deer. It could be it's the wind or something. So sometimes people thought, oh well, they're just seeing things. I've rewatched this morning stream at least twice, so the birds have been going wild. Oh, okay. Yeah. The and yeah, we primarily do it in the mornings now, but I like to do it around this time too for the late night crew. But yeah, the birds have been really dropping their tunes. They've really been getting vocal in their orchestra. Yes, and I'm still going to do the morning stream also. If this one ends, the other one begins, something like that, it will happen. And yeah, the mockingbirds. Oh yeah, the when I sometimes I would hear the mockingbird at night, and I kind of wondered about it because I didn't really know why I was doing that in the middle of the night, but now they're doing it more during the day. So that is something pretty cool. But when they do it at nighttime, it gets a little bit scared. Yeah, and Carlos said, I don't have mockingbirds near me. I didn't even know much about them or hear them before your stream. Oh, okay. Yeah, they are really. I know about mockingbirds from different books. Like they use a mockingbird as a symbolism in a book sometimes, but yeah, it's some places don't really have them. And yeah, the birds they'll just drop a bunch of different tunes about what they know. They'll just go tweet tweet tweet, and they'll start going, and they'll just go in whatever's going through their head. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like the wind is moving. You see, it can be pretty ghoulish when the trees start moving like that. Yeah, the mockingbirds are doing what they can to try to get a mate. That is their mission, and they will go on top the highest point and start singing their tune and get a lot of action. So, and they're dedicated every single morning to do it, which I think is rather cool. Yeah. Modern speculation seems to point that they're connected with dinosaurs and stuff like that. Like the dinosaurs, like giant chickens. But I was there and know what they look like though. The cheeseburger bird. I've never heard of such a bird. Is it what kind of is it? Pepper jack cheese? I never heard of such a type of bird. It must be a burger from the Krusty Krab. A type of bird from there. Maybe so it's like a seagull. uh, Flock says in the mornings all you hear is cheeseburger. Okay, well I'm not familiar with that variation, so that is very interesting to learn about. I need to look up the actual name of the bird, but that's how it makes it sound. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a bird. The mockingbird sometimes will say what you're doing, what you're doing. That's what the mockingbird here says. But yeah, sometimes they could say things that could mimic people and different words because it's sometimes it's possible that they can hear what people say and mimic it, sort of like a parrot. And a cicada, a chickadee. Okay, thanks. I thought you said cicada for a second, and I know a cicada is a bug, but that's what it looked like to me at first glance. But I have cicadas around here too. They're probably being heard right now as we chat. Yeah, the cicadas they make a lot of noise. It's a it sounds like a tropical noise. Yeah, the cheeseburger bird. Yeah, yeah, and that is something that I believe is fascinating. When sometimes birds can make noises that people like words that people say. It is believed that the Mothman was a crane, which is a type of cryptid that we talk about in the show. Yeah, so it's believed that the Mothman himself was actually a crane. So birds might be cryptids themselves, or they could resemble them some kind of way. So that's something else fascinating about them. And okay, I'm not completely familiar with that either. I have an idea of what you're talking about. If it has to do with a computer chip and they chip the bird, that is something I've not heard about, but I've heard of that concept before. But you could explain exactly what you mean by that. I'd be interested to know about it. Yeah, and we have this right here, and we have all these trees and all these flowers and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, a lot of times, so I believe the Mothman is actually a real entity of some kind. It does this, but it is from somewhere. It could have been a lab experiment that went wrong. It could have been a variety of different things. Flock said, no, he got a bird to mimic a certain noise and on a sort of audiograph thing to show up a picture of a bird. Oh, that is really cool. That is really creative and an excellent scientific achievement that he was able to do that. Awesome. Similar to plants, they can give off certain frequencies that could be recorded into sounds or converted into sound. Okay, he stored information on a bird. I got you. Okay, I get it. That is really awesome. That was able to do that because there's birds they're able to tap into those type of things that we can extract with our technology. So that's always cool to see that collaboration between us and nature like that. It's important for for instance, there's the some places don't have certain birds and other places have other kind of birds. Like there's the mockingbird that we talk about here. There is the blue jays, cardinals, etc. And when those birds are very popular, and I think they're all over the place, but maybe they're not everywhere. Yeah. So the eagle is used as a lot of symbolism for different countries all over the world, and that eagle is. I see you, Carlos. Scared, and that bird is certainly a good one to see the as a symbol of a country's strength. That's what that type of bird is good for. Oh, the bird represents death in your community. Oh, okay. Interesting. Uh, where I come from, the the bird means. Oh, okay. Thanks for gifting another membership, Carlos, to Joe Schmo. Oh yeah, I know him. Yeah, the eagle represents death in the community. Yeah, so yeah, I did not know that, and that is something quite fascinating. But yeah, here it's a symbol of the bird of the country. Back with coffee and dopamine. Funny you mentioned Mothman. He was in the doc I was just listening to about weird things around here near Appalachia. Oh, okay. Well, what a coincidence. I do have the belief that there are no coincidences. I believe that there are things in this world that are facts. Looks like there's a critter in the tree. Yeah, now the Appalachian Trail has a lot of mysterious things on it. There's all kinds of cryptids and alleged different abductions that have happened and mysterious people that live in there. So that is a place filled with lots of lore. Scared. Yeah, I agree with you. Everything happens for a reason. Yeah, there's a couple other ones in Appalachia. Yeah, synchronicity. Did you see the third release of the Pentagon UFO stuff today? Bunch of orange dot UFO vids. I have family member who saw the strange orange orbs like years ago, and they still remember the exact same thing. Oh yeah, I remember we were talking about that earlier, and Moki and I were talking about it, and my friend in Texas actually documented the orbs up close, those orange orbs, and he was explaining to me that's the quartz crystal. And that's used to power the UFO. The rest of the UFO is invisible, but the quartz crystal is the one that you see. Yeah, synchronicity, exactly. Yes, thank you for bringing it up. We're going to do a stream about those files, by the way, Carlos. Yeah. Not deer. A widely discussed anomalous in different communities is the term refers to a creature that resembles a deer but possesses unsettling biologically off features, unnatural movements, of strange vocalizations. Do you remember the trumpets back in the mid 2000s? Yes, I remember the trumpets. They thought the apocalypse was about to happen. Around 2009 to 2012, 2013, around that time. And probably before that, too. Yeah. 2007, 2008. Yes, it's very convincing. Yes. There's also the snallygaster, originating in the mountains of Maryland. This reptilian bird-like monster is famous for swooping down to snatch and consume its prey. Oh you have? Oh yeah, scared. Yeah, and there's the wampus cat, a fierce six-legged cat beast from Cherokee and Appalachian folklore, known for its glowing eyes and eerie cries. Yeah, I heard that it was the plates moving underground that was going to cause like a earthquake or something, like a global catastrophe. Now, allegedly, aliens reversed the time continuum to make sure it didn't happen, But yeah, that was allegedly the apocalypse I was going to be. I heard it too. Flatwoods monster, also known as the Baxton County monster. This metallic-looking entity with a spade-sharp head was allegedly sighted in Braxton County, West Virginia. Woodbogger, a woodbooger, a local moniker for the Appalachian variety of Bigfoot, frequently reported in the deep wilderness state parks as southern West Virginia. Those are some cryptids from Appalachia. Callie said, I've seen and heard a few weird things here in the woods. Most recently, there are distinctly different animal sounds coming from the same location in the woods, my house, like something was cycling. Yeah, yeah. And did it sound like a beast or a bird? Something was cycling through the sound. Yeah, that is most likely a cryptid, either an unidentified animal or it's some sort of supernatural entity that exists in there. Yes, I said quartz with a Z. A friend of mine saw them and he never believed in UFOs, but after he saw that, he believed in UFOs. Yes, there's all kinds of cryptids, especially in Appalachia. There's so much undiscovered territory. There's so much in there that we cannot see. Interesting, Callie. No, it was the coyote, then a bird, then an owl. Exact spot, a few seconds. Yeah, it was. That's definitely not a regular creature. You know what it sounds like? Although you're in a different part of the country than the skinwalkers, it reminds me of a skinwalker because the type of entities that are in the very creepy that are in the Appalachia would not necessarily fall into this, but it could be some sort of a witch. Like a skinwalker is something that can mimic other animals, and it can kind of like shapeshift into different things. So that might be what it is. Some Appalachian version of it. It's like morphing into different things. Yeah. Yeah, and they live in the foothills in the Smokies. Yeah, I mean, in that area specifically, it would be not a lot of people or anything around, so there's probably a lot of things that are undiscovered in there, and there's probably different, possible witches and stuff at the same time. Good morning, Jamie. Welcome to the stream. We're talking about some cryptids and stuff. Yeah, live in the BFF for sure. Yeah. So in those parts the of the mountains, there is all kinds of critters in there that as I said, animals that were never discovered. But there's also, I think, something supernatural in there too, because something it's either a weird animal that's making these different noises. It's almost like a puppet, right? It's like it's able to go and mimic a bunch of different noises of these different creatures and stuff that it hears. Like, say for instance, you have like a parrot, right? And the parrot hears something in the woods, and it goes bacaw bacaw, right? And it says hello, right? And it could be whatever the entity is. It could be mimicking something that it was hearing, or it was doing it trying to shapeshift into different things. As I said, like the skinwalkers people have seen, they tell me it looks like a deer, but it's not really a deer, and it's like following them around, and that's like what a skinwalker is. Callie said it always feels like something is watching you from just inside the woods, but I may be paranoid. Oh, I mean, it may be doing that. It could have a very broad signal, or not trying to scare you. It could be right under your house or something. It could be right in there with you. It's an entity that is able to project its signal from far and wide. I mean, for instance, you can have when you feel there's a predator or something, you get paranoid. Like you're sensing there's something there, so you are sensing something, and it's probably that very thing. It's something that we don't quite understand. Yeah, yeah, Jamie. Uh, I'd be interested to hear what you have to say about that because I'm sure you've seen some different things in the woods. And oh, hello, Hernandez. Good to see you again. Yeah, hope everything's going well with you, John. And because in the woods, there, especially, I mean, Alaska, there's 20,000 people that go missing there, and there's all kinds of an Alaskan Triangle. And there's all kinds of different lights and stuff that can be seen there in those woodlands. So I think it's a filled with many different entities that we are not completely familiar with seeing. But there is, as I said, I think there is something paranormal, like a paranormal cryptid of some kind. It's also possible that there could have been lab experiments. So the lab experiment theory is that there are different hybrid animals and creatures that were created, and they broke out of a laboratory, and they went into the woods somewhere, and they're still just lurking around. So that is a explanation about that one, indeed. And I'm sure it sounds kind of nuts and erratic, Callie, the way it sounds. It must sound like something is malfunctioning or breaking and it does it erratically and just these calls out of nowhere. So it's the vocal cords of the entity must be extremely fluid. Yes, I believe in that. A lot of these things existed at one time, and then they went away over the times of the past. But I do believe a lot of them still exist with us today. Because the biblical creatures, I mean, as I said, things could have gotten extinct. Things could have gotten, ruined over time. But it's important to know that those people in the ancient past most likely saw something, right? Like it either got extinct, John. Last sighting was World War II. Yeah, I believe it was being seen, especially on these different islands. There's all kinds of crazy creatures that are not discovered. So no, I believe that it's real, and the biblical narrative about them was real too. Yeah. My friend moved into the thick forest of NJ. I visited her to bring food and such. I don't scare easily, but when I leave her house, it's dark, and I think something is watching me on my car walk. I'm embarrassed. I bring my pew pew gun now. Okay, yeah. I mean, it's a normal reaction because when you have something that's out there, it could be a person or a creature. You gotta defend yourself. I mean, even a wild boar can kill somebody. You know, they could just run up to somebody and just ram them. So it could be a dangerous place. And Callie says the ground is Swiss cheese with caves around here. I always suspect that it might be a factor. Oh yeah, I mean they definitely different things are living within that. They could make tracks and they could make the walls and caves look a certain way. And it stretches that I believe there could be also portals to another realm too. Oh yeah, Jamie, and that's understandable. It could be that, but I do believe that there are times you may see something once in a lifetime. Yeah, and because you never really know what could be lurking in there. So, but I understand you lived in the woods your whole life and you don't scare easily and you're used to it, but some kind of thing you sensed, if it was your age or it maybe gave you more hypervigilance about something that you wouldn't have noticed before, like your radar system improved. You know, you got wise over time and got to see things that or sense things you may have not sensed before. Yeah, SPC. Let's see. Let's see if I know what this one is, John. I have to refresh your memory. Let's see. Yeah, I believe that's true. Yes, John. Okay, so I saw something I can't explain on my security camera in backyard last night. On the IR camera, I thought there was an animal staring at a camera, but I went out, couldn't find it. Oh, scared. Yeah, it definitely could seem to have like an invisibility ray of some kind. Yeah. Yeah, Carlos, I would like to see it somehow. That would be pretty cool. Wow, mine started as an adult too. I won't even be thinking about it, and hairs on my neck will stand up when I go outside. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That makes sense, and it's like you could only yeah send it on Discord, on the Discord server. Yeah, that'll be a good place to put it. Yeah, and let's see. Looks like there's a thing right here. Good, I'll pick. Yeah, it's basically the reason why the hairs stand up. All those things is because it's happening. Like the emergency system is detecting something. Skin to go. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's a skin to go. Yeah. Yeah. So what the body has as a self-defense mechanism, it will know what to do exactly in those types of situations when it will go in self-defense mode. So do not like ignore it, because there really might be something there that's lurking in the shadows, even if it's something from another dimension or something that's in our dimension. Because, like, if I'm looking at this right here, this simple little thing right here, if I'm looking right here, I can't really see what's beyond that exactly. Anything could be in there, right? I mean, anything could be there. So you never really know what's lurking in there. Good night, John. Thanks for hanging out or telling us hello. Jamie says, total disclosure, she's on spread out compound with 5 homes, all uh, Nicaraguan people, and they are hardworking people. But I feel like I'm going to get a stiletto or shoved in the dark. Oh, I get it. I should shove in the dark. Yeah, there are bad people out there that could try to do that. So just always be careful. I know what you mean. And I definitely think it is a, like, for instance, of certain areas might be more dangerous than other areas potentially. That is something I think that there's certainly truth with. James, that is fine. I understand. You're not racist, but scared. I understand. I mean, it's like if I'm like walking, if I like went right now down the street at night, like right now, if I left this place and there's some people, kind of shady looking people walking towards me, I might be a little bit cautious, right? I mean, it's perfectly fine to uh, be like that, because there are some people out there, they're not too good. Yeah. And I said also something that goes near the pond at night, making a deep whooping noise. I just thought it was an animal, but I heard supposed Bigfoot recording that sound just right like that recently. Yeah, Jamie, exactly. I am too. Scared of white, black, red, brown, gray, etc. Yeah, I am as well. There are people of all shape. I don't like anybody. Basically, I'm like you, where like if anybody's walking down the, like if I'm at night and I went out into the sidewalk, which I wouldn't. I used to do that with my friends back in like many years ago. But like if I saw someone just in the middle of the night is walking down the street towards me, I would be a little bit cautious, whoever they are, because you don't know what they're up to. I mean, and so yeah, they're all scary to me. All the Earthlings make me uneasy at times, because it's like people, they could be the nicest looking dude or woman that's the most sickest person, or could be a criminal or something that just regular that looks like a criminal that's going to do something to you. So yeah, definitely. Oh, Callie, that's very scary. That's very scary, because uh, the Bigfoot sightings were seen for thousands of years before we were here, and it probably is a Bigfoot type of entity. And if it's not that, it's something that we're not completely familiar with. Hey, Tane, good to see you, buddy. See you. Hey, Goose. Entering the sim can bring things unwanted. Right, right. Right on. That trust but verify. I had a rough childhood, so shot for question. Okay, understood, Jamie. Yeah, and I understand that can be, you know, especially at a young age, be rough situations indeed, and I understand. And yeah, let's find some cryptics. Yeah, and good to see you, Goose. Glad to have you here. So yeah, we're gonna be finding some cryptids, and that is what we're going to go and look for because a lot of times they're over in this area at night. They like to be over here. Hey, good morning, Goose. Yeah. Hey, Liberty. Good morning. Well, I don't know. I am up early in a way. Yeah, I'm up early. I got up again a couple of hours ago, so technically I'm up early. Yeah, yeah. So talking about cryptids and different things like that. Yeah. So a lot of times, even in the sky, around there, I'll see UFOs. I'm on the live stream, and like for instance, it looks like a star, but it blinks at me and it disappears. One time I saw one over the tree, and it looked at me and it just kind of went upwards and vanished. Yeah, awesome, awesome. I've usually been doing these things a little bit earlier, but this is more of like a later. It technically is a very early or late one, however you want to view it. We've been usually doing it at the time of the morning, but now we're kind of doing this one at nighttime. Yeah, so and it's so cool, and I captured them on the live stream where it's there and it just kind of goes up and it just vanishes. Like it goes into like a portal or a door or something. And another time I was over here looking that way and I saw it just kind of fly by and vanish. So there are UFOs that I've seen here during these streams. And I saw a big orb one time when I was a couple of years ago, which is blue. Yeah. And yeah. Oh, they were. They were. Yes, pre-dawn cryptid hunting jungle tour. Yeah, yeah. Jupiter, Venus. I saw it. I think. Yeah, I saw it, and they could get. It's been pretty bright recently, which I think is quite interesting. You know, and I think that they're two of the brightest stars in the sky. Hello, Nana. Great to see you. Yeah, and we got a little another grasshopper right there. Yeah, so this is another part. Oh yes, exactly. Uh, Liberty. I'm a person of interest to them. Yeah. Yeah. Weird. And I have been talking about them quite a bit, quite often. And yeah, right here are the swamp ape is watching. Yeah, scared, scared. Yeah. Okay, and we have we have this over here, where we have different vegetables and things that are coming up, and we have lots of grass that grew that needs to be cut. But yeah, so the swamp apes that are in existence could be hiding in there somewhere. There are these types of entities that exist where usually in Florida, but I've heard that they exist in other parts of the country too. And what they do is it's like a gorilla looking thing and it smells really bad like sulfur or rotten eggs, which is basically like sulfur. It's some kind of fragrance like that. And there's a what on earth is that thing? It looks like a wasp. I don't know. Um, that was kind of weird looking because looks like a wasp, but it does look like a wasp. You are right, Nan. And we would smell the skunk ape if it was around. Uh, that is something about it. That is very true. And hey, mermaid, it's great to see you. A shout out to you. And yeah, so the uh, Pools Mermaid has a really cool channel, by the way. She does pools of gaming walkthroughs of different pools and other types of games like that, like different game simulations. She has a cool channel too. Mermaid, I am doing fine. I am glad to be here in the garden and talk to chat. We're talking about a little bit about trials earlier, but mostly we're talking about cryptids and different creatures and stuff. Thanks for asking. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm doing well. So I remember when I learned about the skunk ape for the first time. I was in this chat room. It was a Christian chat room where there's Christian music, and you have all these crazy people in there because you have like regular Christians. You had people that were like agnostic or atheistic that wanted to have a philosophical discussion, and it was very fun and respectful. But of course, it got a little heated though at times. They get a little heated at times. But there is also. Oh, thank you, Carlos, for gifting the memberships. Appreciate it. Yeah, and that is what happened with learning about it because they had these two trolls and they were clowning on everybody, and, and they're up. It was hilarious. Okay, and then another thing that happened was towards the end. It was like morning time, right? And I was debating people, having respectful conversations, and we were just talking about Jesus. Some people were talking about, you know, why it doesn't exist, etc. And there's also some Satanists in there too. It was a really uh, a, a, a crazy bunch of us. And the dude that was trolling stopped all of a sudden, and he had this philosophical discussion with me, like he's some sort of a genius, uh, Harvard student or something. And he was talking about all these cryptids and these different types of folklore. And that's when I learned about the skunk ape. He told me about it, and it was so a crazy transition to see somebody troll like a mad person, and all of a sudden flip a switch and be all like having an intellectual conversation. So that was pretty cool. But yeah, that's where the skunk ape. I learned about that, and it smells really bad, like sulfur or like rotten eggs, and it's in the swamps and bogs of Florida. But other parts of the country hear these things too. They've seen these types of cryptids as well. So cryptids may not always be 100% what we think they are. They may not be 100% always in the one spot. They might be in different places. All right, Jamie said, "Are you familiar with Sean Atwood show on YouTube? I was thinking you guys when I was watching. Really good guests talking about what Sasquatch and origin. Yes, I know about that channel, but I've not seen it in a while. But yes, I know what you're talking about. Well, it's nice to think of us, and I'll certainly go look at their newest uploads. Yeah, I'm glad more people are talking about it and exposing those things. Yeah, shout out to Carlos, very generous. Yeah. Oh, Nan, that is scary. She saw one of the skunk ape. Okay. Yeah, I and the way they depict the skunk ape is like a tiny little knee high gorilla looking thing right there. And the swamps are not the best smelling places. This place can sometimes emit strange, like there's something called swamp gases, and a skunk ape may not necessarily have the proper hygiene. It's very humid, so it makes sense for it to not really smell that great. So yeah, all right, you guys will dig it. A little peculiar show. Oh yeah, yeah. Let's see things. I wish it was less random who it chooses though. We all could have fun and alien emojis. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's something that it needs to be done is to let people pick. Yeah. The Bros says South Park had a man bear pig a few years ago. Yeah, that's certainly a cryptid from their show. Yeah. Nan said the smell was horrible, about 6 feet tall, hairy, and was digging in the dumpster. Oh, okay. Thank you, Nan. Yeah, so it's taller than what I thought it was, or I guess there's taller variations of them. Yeah. And there's people that would see it, like say like over there, right? Like say if we're over here and we see the skunk ape just kind of come out and then just go back in there. So that's basically what the skunk ape was when they first sighted, and then other people will see it in Florida, and people have seen it in other parts of the country too, apparently as well. So yeah, I'm sure it was not a good thing to smell or to really encounter, and it had red eyes too. It was described as looking like that. Yeah, that is what it was depicted looking like. Had red eyes, and it was out there. Oh, look who it is! It's Claude in the other yard. Hey, Claude. I admit that. So thank you, Nan, for explaining. I have to admit, I have gone for a living in the mountains, and water is our air is clear. Hair grows longer. I grew 2 inches. He's scared. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. So we're going to have that. And yeah, Claude has jumped over the fence. I'm not exactly too sure where he is, but he's gone over the fence somewhere. Remember when he was passing through with a giant rat in his mouth? Yeah, that was fun. So yeah, the eyes, etc., on the skunk ape can be very unnatural and unsettling. And this is where people believe it could have supernatural origins to it. Yeah, yeah. I There's an alien Discord server. Yeah, that's true. And there's people could communicate on there if they wanted to. But um, yeah, I thanks for the shout out, Callie, about that. They say the giant redheads in Afghanistan 10 feet tall. Oh yeah. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. And that is a good thing you did that. Absolutely. I remember when we have that occurred. I'm about to react to it. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Let's show chat. Yeah, this is a skunk ape. It has red eyes and it's peculiar. Yeah, it stuck with you for 20 years. Yeah, it's certainly to see that in the woods at night would make me scared. Scared. Yeah, red eyes. Yeah, looks like a wig. Um, yeah, the 10-foot tall thing. So Moki loves that story. So the giant the giant of Kandahar, which is this red giant thing that exists, is so cool. It's this 15 to 10 feet. Oh yeah, a mermaid. You can, if you get an account and she gets an account, you could create. You could private message her. It doesn't have to be public. And that is the thing that happens with these things. So a lot of times in it had red hair, it had 6 fingers, 6 toes, and this incident occurred where you had people in the military who were coming out of the woodwork, and they're going to this cave with some bodies flown around everywhere, right? And then they went and did an attack. Oh, and the teeth are very scary too. Okay, I'm sure they're like creepy razor sharp teeth and all jagged. Okay, so it's not really a friendly looking gorilla like it's described by some or what we would think. It's actually quite terrifying. Oh, hey Ben, I remember you. Welcome back. Yeah, so that's what I think. It's a and they Dan got impaled by the giant and was wearing a animal skins, and it attacked the U.S. soldiers, and they had a firefight with it for a little while. Then eventually fell down. It was brought to a base in Ohio, but they say it never happened. But it's something that allegedly did happen. So there's allegedly still giants out there in Kandahar, in different parts of the Middle East and parts of the world. So yeah, that's the giant of Kandahar. Goose says, I'm 4,000 feet elevation in the forest, snapping branches. You can feel the energy aura of Bigfoot when it's watching you scared. Yeah, that is something I think is miraculous, where it's kind of like the vampire. Like the presence of him is felt. Now, apparently, the aura of other entities can be felt too, such as aliens. People can sense vibes about them also. And people have vibes about the Bigfoot creature or the alien creature. Goose says it's unsettling. Scary snaps off branches of unknown strength, and it's unsettling. Ah, okay. Scared. Yeah. Yeah. So I appreciate the accounts about that because I definitely believe that it is been around for a very long time and people have been seeing them. Only recently have these types of different theories have been talked about. Yeah, scared, 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 scared. Okay, and let's put this right here. Yes, Frosty, we are scared. Right. Yeah, so scared, 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 scared. Yeah, so that's what happened. So we have been having this conversation about possible Bigfoot sightings that have occurred, and people are talking about their various encounters that they've had. And I believe there are supernatural attributes to Bigfoot. I don't believe it's as straightforward or black and white as people would think. There are other types of things about it that are like the unseen worlds and unseen realms, where it could appear and disappear over time. And I like to see how people in the past were saying a lot of this stuff was not real to only be confirmed later as real, because a lot of conspiracy theories are just previews about what's actually going to happen. A lot of people don't understand that. Anyone ever seen the show called Caught on Camera, where the dad and kids thought they were looking at a dragonfly on a branch, but it was actually a scary fairy? Yeah, I know what you're talking about. And interdimensional beings from your memory warehouse. Yeah, so Jamie, I believe that definitely with the fairies, that is something that is lurking around where people have had encounters with them before. I've seen videos about that. And the point is that the mythological creatures that people were seeing in the past were actually entities that people were really seeing in real time. Okay. Yeah, we hopefully will catch one now and put it on camera. Yeah, the fairies are there, but they seem to be a little bit camera shy. But yeah, we definitely will put it on camera whenever we catch it. Yeah, nude. Yeah, will definitely be a fun thing to see. Yeah. And Frosty said, "Hi guys, listening and enjoying Aliens teachings." All right. Thanks, Frosty. Hello, Con. Okay, Con, you got a dream. You got married from someone from my stream. Okay, I wonder who that was. And good to see you. And it was really fascinating how many people are would talk about these these mythological. You're not alone, right? Uh, these mythological entities that people used to say were not real, and then they wound up being real later. And the mainstream narrative was, yes, Callie, thank you very much. Yes, we are students of the cryptid jungle king alien. Yes, yeah. Hi, Akana. Yes, and that is the amazing thing about it. Where in in the past, people were able to see. They thought that they were making things up as like fairy tales. Like, say they made up a character for a fairy tale reason, right? Or that something that didn't exist. So the idea is that those actually did exist, and they were not making anything up, and or not making everything up, and they really were seeing something. But over time, these supernatural entities either went into hiding, some of them went extinct, or they went to another dimension as time is modernized. It is really good for people to see, of current sightings of these mythological entities, which would add more merit to what people were seeing. And I'm not denying there's hoaxes. I'm not denying there's things that people didn't see that didn't really happen. I'm not denying that. But there's hoaxes now, especially Khan. I do that when I feel I get to know someone better, and I give them like a as a thank you. I give them a wrench. Yeah, and shout out to the train. And Jay says, Scott says, I've got some tinfoil hats for sale if anyone in the market. Oh, hey, Scott. Yeah, we will have you supply the store of the spaceship market for the global tinfoil hat trade. All right, we'll have you on board with that. Okay, plants have telekinesis. Read your thoughts before you make a thought. Yeah, yeah. I sometimes even have that ability in some situations, but and Frosty said he has a small head. Yeah, but he'd buy it. Okay, so you already got a buyer right there. You got Frosty. So there's possibilities like what are the fairies and stuff. Now it's entertained with praying mantis. People in NJ South have seen 5 foot standing upright praying mantises. How terrifying, bro! You oh Con, you don't have to do anything. It's like an honorary thing. Now, if you do not want it, I could take it back. But it was a like a I like putting people in blue. It's like a thank you, and also, but you don't have to do anything. And yeah, I've known about the mantis entities. I know about the mantis entities that were talked about. And Also, with the mantises, they are extremely wicked. Not wicked necessarily, but there seems to be very strange. There's lots of sightings of them. Oh, okay. Thank you, Kana. I appreciate it. Yeah, and yeah, the praying mantises are kind of scary already. So having other praying mantises that are going to be large like a human or bigger is very terrifying. Now, there's lots of encounters of alien mantis looking creatures. So, Jamie, you're describing a UFO, an alien type creature that appears as a praying mantis, and I'm aware of them. I've never seen one, but they are quite terrifying. You know, oh, hello to Gooby, Bubbles' cousin. It's the cousin of Bubbles. That is true, Jamie. They do. They cut the mate's head off. Yep. And they are really messed up. The Imagine if you saw like a human sized version of that. That would be pretty like trippy. Very trippy. Have you heard about when people die and see the light? Apparently, it's three-dimensional being posing as God, etc. I have known about near-death experiences. There's people that have seen heaven and hell. Oh, I know. And there are people that have seen heaven and hell. There's people that have seen God. There's people that have seen different dimension entities and stuff. So I'm sure they've seen other kind of things like that. And okay, fairies. Okay, so okay, with fairies, they are possibly a type of fallen entity, maybe like the fallen watchers themselves, like some sort of angelic thing, or the offspring of them. And it's a miniature humanoid creature with wings, and they apparently have magical powers. And the fairy rings fall under the categories of crop circles. Actually, they're very elusive. Yes, and fairies, the fairy rings are apparently something they create. Those mushrooms in a circle, something they create. Well, I hear something out there. Yeah, I heard something in the distance, some sort of creature. Yeah, and I hate giant water bugs. They're holes. Yeah, the giant water bugs are quite terrifying. Yeah. Now I speculated the with different AI systems about how the roaches might be actually created by the fallen entities instead of God. So, of course, roaches are a gross subject, but they have to do with. My theory was this: they couldn't be something created by something good. I just didn't think they could be. So they may have been, but they just everything they do. Oh, good morning, Saw. Welcome to the stream. And everything that they do is you kind of just disturbing. Like they'll go in personal areas. They're like these big monitoring devices that are disturbing. So this is the theory that we came up with the AI thing. So during the time when the fallen watchers were on Earth or doing their thing, creating different hybrid creatures, they went to Mount Helen and they took a beetle. Oh, hello, Miss C. Welcome to the stream. They took a beetle and they corrupted it and they made it into that creature and they used it as a spying device to spy on humans. So it was like a drone, like a biological drone that was the pre-flood times to surveil the human race and make them like weirded out and stuff. So they somehow survived the Great Flood, and they're just remnants of some ancient experiment that happened. And that's why they're kind of disturbing to us, because it was created under unnatural circumstances and an unnatural entity. Now, of course, highly unlikely it was just something God made, some weird creature God made. But the or those that aren't religious, things evolved over time into whatever they became. You don't have to believe in God, but however it came, it's there. So uh, they another thing about it is that it was you actually can put a computer chip inside of it and use as a remote control. They scientists have figured out. So the idea of it being a biological spine device could be a possibility, hypothetically. So yeah, there's just the point is there's lots of different creatures and entities all over the world, all over the earth that were created that got corrupted and distorted by the Watchers according to the Abrahamic religions. And others might think aliens came, which might be the same thing or something different, and created hybrid animals, etc. So everything was created by them. Yes, the C-19 shot. Yes. Oh, she had fireflies. That is terrific. I have to go watch that. Doe has really good live streams, and I like her live stream she does. And I'm glad that y'all got to see that. Now, I'll tell you this: when I was in Kentucky, which is a similar region where she is, it's a little bit east up north from where she is, but when I was in Kentucky, I used to see them all the time. Now, something fun fact about this place is you don't really see fireflies here. But when the power is out, I see them. I see the fireflies when the power is out. So they are here, but for some reason we don't see them. But at nighttime, I've seen them before when the power is out. But I associate fireflies with more farther north than me. But there are northern things that are here though. At the same time, lightning bugs too. Oh, you never seen them? Oh, they're very enchanting. It's like a glow in the dark thing that you create, and then they start to go into existence like that. They used to catch them in jars. Does anyone have them here this time of year? I'm like in the desert. Yes. Uh, this time of year, they are active everywhere. Where they're active, right? So if a hurricane came and knocked out the power, we would see them here. But for right now, they're incognito. So in Kentucky right now, they are active. So yes, they are active in Kentucky, which is where I, was at a point. And other people could speak for themselves. And Miss C says they got them there in Indiana. Yeah, I remember when I would be sitting on the bench swing in Kentucky at night, and I used to see these little streaks, and they would just be everywhere, and it's like a glow in the dark thing, and then it just streaks and it goes, and it just streaks and it goes. I saw a bat too. And Scott, Jade, Jamie wants to know if you're still in the chat. Okay. And Granbury, Texas, always active light bugs. Yeah, and I saw a bat, but I thought it was a big bat. And my uncle told me I must have like the city. You'll think you'll see something bigger than it actually is, but we know now there are cryptids out there. So I may have seen a bat cryptid, but it was a huge bat. But they tell me it wasn't a huge bat, but I saw what I saw. Well, I see bats here, and they're very tiny little handheld, little wee looking things, and I'm seeing like this vampire bat just flying around. I'm like, whoa. Yeah, like Tinkerbell. Yeah, like Tinkerbell. So that is what we would see in those times. Oh, Carlos, I know that song. Yeah, yeah, Fireflies. Yeah. So I will say Kentucky. It was there. There's everywhere. You know, you could catch them, put them in a jar. I was in the country part of Kentucky, and there was these rolling hills, and I would be able to. It was so dark at night. I can see the other side of the country in Hawaii where the light was. There's just like this part of the sky that's like bright, and that was like the Hawaii and the West Coast and Alaska and stuff. And I would see the International Space Station, and so it was a cool experience. And I will say the Kentucky was much less humid than where I am right now. Oh, hilarious mermaid, hilarious. Thank you, Saul. Yeah, please hit the like button and subscribe. Yeah, yeah. Hugs back to Gooby. And yeah, in the actual video of some guy singing it like that. Oh, yeah. It's funny what people could make the parodies of it. Yeah, I'm sure it's very hilarious. But it's very humid right now, where we are. And I remember when I was in Kentucky, and then I came back down here, and I felt pretty good. And all of a sudden, the humidity just hit me. I was like scared. But yeah, it's right now it is kind of like coolish, but it's very humid. Yeah. But Kentucky had a lot of mountains. You know. But anyway, there's lots of good fireflies out there. There's lots of fireflies out there that were very nice, hilarious. Let me see. Ew, that so can smell the smell. Ew, that smell, the smell that surrounds you. Yeah, yeah. And Jane said Jade asked about 3D lightning near death experiences. I told you guys I'd tell you about mine someday because it was awesome, but I'd have uh cherish this pyramid around me as I went up. Char Critias pyramid. Oh, very cool. Whenever you're ready to tell us, feel free to. Hello, angler fish. Readings. Oh, nice to see you from the deep sea. That is awesome. That is awesome. With all the bioluminescence. Chartreuse, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's extremely. Don't get me started on abyssal fish. Oh, here we go. All right, so in the deep blue, oh Cthulhu, yeah. Did he see Cthulhu? Because if he's in the Pacific Ocean, he might have seen Cthulhu. One thing I want to say is that SpongeBob itself, that TV show, the cartoon that was shown in the 2000s, it was created because of the atomic bomb testing, and that's why the fish became like that because they're hybrids. And there's another place in the Pacific called Point Nemo. That is where the coordinates of where the alleged Cthulhu is, which of course Cthulhu is mythical and it's a fictional story. But apparently that's where it was because that's where the bloop noise was heard. It's just like bloop, and it's so loud it covers thousands of miles in that region. They don't know exactly what caused it, and it's in the region where the Cthulhu might was coordinated to be, and it's where the Nemo region is. The Nemo region is so remote. There's no islands or people there at all. It's like the most loneliest, desolate place on Earth. If someone gets lost there, they're pretty much over with. Oh yeah, Jamie. I watched it coming up, and yeah, they try to gear it for adults to be entertained by it too, as well as kids. That's why there's certain things in there that are um, when you're older and you look at it, you go, "Oh, that's what that means." But yeah, you've had your fair share of it. Yeah, I think the older ones were the best. I like the new ones too. Oh, you thought it was okay? Yeah. I thought the older ones were the best. I like the newer ones too, but the older ones were the best. So the abyssal fish is this region where it's dark at like nighttime. And it's where the Titanic is actually. The Titanic itself is where bioluminescent entities exist, where you have glow in the dark fish beneath the waves. And it's the bioluminescence cause it to glow. Oh, yeah, that one was hilarious. When he was underwater, he got into Sandy's tent. I mean, into Sandy's dome, and he's just trying to breathe, but he couldn't. And the bro was drying up. He's like, Sandy, water. And he's like really nicely trying to say he's about to pass out, but she doesn't really get it at first. And it's like, yikes. Yeah, that one was hilarious. Wow. Yeah, and he's basically turning into a fried like a what's it called, a hash brown. Yeah, he needs like a fish thing on his head, a fish bowl on his head, and there's the plankton are bioluminescent, and the the thing with the plankton is they were bioluminescent, and he had the chum bucket. Yeah, but the real plankton are the glow in the dark entities underwater. There's all kinds of fish and shrimp and octopuses that are glowing various different colors like an LED light strip. And they're also transparent where you can see through them. You can see their organs and everything. And they look kind of scary and creepy looking. It's a very bizarre part of the ocean in the abyssal trench where, the endless bottomless pit. And when you go in there, it's, as I said, Titanic is down there in the trench. Because when they go down the Titanic, they see the bioluminescent creatures. Like the Ocean Gate thing. It's when they're going down into the Ocean Gate device, which is unfortunate that they passed away because of Timu, Sheen, Stockton Rush. You go down there deep, and you'll see those glow in the dark creatures. I was born. He was born in Cali. Grew up in Florida. Now back in Cali. Pink and brain. Yeah. And shout out to Saw Girl. And that is what it. They're almost very alien looking. They look like extraterrestrials. Those bioluminescent entities. And but the so that is explaining the anglerfish is one of those entities. It has a sac that hangs over its head, and it glows in the dark. It's kind of like a light bulb. Oh, recently they found bioluminescent spiders. Well, that's something terrifying. Scared. Also, I'm sure that there were also bioluminescent scorpions too. Yes, giant Squidwards. Yeah, yeah. Squidward's really miserable. By the way, he was just really miserable. But the there's giant squids too, and bioluminescent ones. Now, in 2005, they found the Kraken, and the Kraken is this entity that was found where a very giant squid that they thought didn't exist. And this pretty much coincides with the idea of the squid Kraken entities that they talk about in the Pirate Days. Oh, it has glowing traits. Okay. Scared. Yeah. So I believe that is a. You never know what lurks down in the deep. Oh, yeah, on the Black Pearl. Arg. Yes. The Black Pearl is my favorite ship. Yeah, it's definitely a noble and perseverance to it. Yes. Good morning, Lisa. Liberty said, I saw one giant lightning bug this year in my backyard. I haven't seen one in years. Oh, that's cool, Liberty. Maybe it's making a comeback because sometimes critters could come back. That's very fascinating. Yeah, they were fishy. Yeah, they were fishy. And there's also theories that there's extraterrestrials, aliens underwater too. And when you have the different extraterrestrial entities, like alien bases and whatnot underwater, that is another explanation about what people were seeing. Oh yeah, absolutely. Right. Yeah. Yeah, and that's what a lot of times people were. People were on the high seas and they thought they saw a giant squid attack them, and they love to discard it and say that they were imagining things or it wasn't true, but it actually is true because they found it later. It's and we just one thing of the ocean. Most of it was undiscovered. We don't really know what on the world is down there, and there is so many types of other creatures. You know, prehistoric things that we don't even really completely detect that are probably there too. Because they put different cameras underwater. I mean, different recording devices underwater. And when they had the different recording devices underwater, they were able to pick up noises like bloop and blop sounds, and they're able to achieve that and bring all of them back, up to the laboratories, and that's what they're hearing. So there's strange sounds in the water that we do not know what they are or where they come from. That is true, Matt. We know more about space than we know about the oceans. Yeah. Oh, very interesting, Goose. There is underground tunnels that subs can go through under the whole USA. Yeah, yeah, and there's all these different types of systems underground, underwater that are used for things like that that they wouldn't even imagine. Yeah, definitely. I believe there's UFOs in the oceans. I believe there's UFOs in the oceans, and there's UFOs that have not been detected that were under there, which I think is, uh, for instance, a lot of people will see UFOs rise up from underwater, and they will go off into space or go into the sky. So there's something coming from the oceans too. And I think that there is just a lot of things that we do not know about it, and it needs to be discovered more. So more, I think, needs to be invested into that ocean exploration, but not the way Stockton Rush did it, because he built a death trap. They're trying to tell him it wasn't going to work, and it, it just kind of had like a foolish way about him, and it didn't work. Yeah. So hopefully, more things can be learned. UFO Files a few weeks ago had Nuke Sub Captain talking about big craft going 800 knots by them. Yep. Yeah, and that is something else UFO Files was talking about. It was talking about the military's encounter with UFOs above water and underwater. Yeah, there's many different files. White orbs call you to them. Lost of time, scared. Also you too, Jamie. Thank you for hanging out with us. It's been a pleasure. A shout out to you. Hello, Angel. The Bible says not to be deceived by the evil ones. The evil spirits could make it look like a big hot dog flying through the air if they wanted to be chased by a big one-eyed purple monster. Angel, I agree. And you're referring to the UFO alien demonic hypothesis where aliens are fallen angels from another realm. And I agree that many of them are those things. Not all of them, I don't think, but many of them are. And they used to appear as gods and of different religions, and now they appear as aliens to deceive people. So yeah, we got to beware of the wolf in sheep's clothing and the deception of the enemy. Yeah, and they're going to try to turn people away from the truth. It does talk about these three unclean spirits in the Bible where they look like frogs, and that's what that is. That's what the entity is. It's the entity from another world. Like War of the Worlds might have been an invasion by them. Now, there's other theories that suggest that the aliens have technology that might be able to help us out, and they want to demonize them more, so people won't trust them. But as I said, it's up people's interpretations what they think. I wouldn't completely trust something from outer space exactly. Yeah, yeah. There was this theory, Mermaid, where um, there's these two different theories. So this other theory suggests that the aliens. All right, Angel, thank you. I know what you're talking about. And Mermaid says, yeah. So there's a theory, Mermaid, that the aliens are good and they came here to give us technology. They have technology to give us free energy and all kinds of stuff to make our world a better place, and that the governments want to lie to us and say the aliens are bad, so we won't actually get the free energy. But as I said, I would be concerned about a wolf in sheep's clothing or something. I don't know if I would completely trust something from outer space like that, but you know, that's one of the theories that are out there. But I believe there could be things from other planets because there's so many different galaxies out there, and we're visited by them. I'm not denying that, but I do think some of them, maybe all of them or most of them, could be fallen angels disguised as aliens from another world. You know. Oh, okay, okay, mermaid. Okay, we chat. Yeah, shout the chat. Chat's hilarious. My cat has. So as I said, there are allegedly, as I said, if it's true, it means that there are demonic entities that are disguised as aliens. There's also good aliens out there, allegedly, that want to help Earth make a better place. I don't know if that's true or not. People could be skeptical about it. I'm just giving you all the information of your options. Yeah, as I said, I don't know what is or what isn't, but we have to be cautious here about these things. And my cat has a doob accent. There's definitely cats and aliens. Yeah. And also, an angel, remember the watchers from the scripture talks about how the watchers came down and deceived the humans and took earth people, women, and made hybrids everywhere. I think that was more of a scientific thing that they did because it was those UFOs that we see now are the same things. Now I do believe there's good angels and bad angels, and with all the different galaxies out there, I do personally think there's other life besides us. But a lot of sightings that we see may not be what we think it is. But yeah, maybe if there are aliens trying to do good for us to give us technology, the government's trying to hide. Okay, that's good. But you know, um, I don't know if that's exactly true because you got to be aware of Trojan horses. Oh, Fifi, shout out to you. Great to see you. All right, chat. So I'm going to go down a rabbit hole so you all could know these different alien theories, so you can know everything. And you, chat, just like a jury would, because I watch trials a lot, you can make your own decision about what you think is true. Okay? Because I don't always think people know a lot about these, even though I've talked about it often. We talk about many things, and I want to make sure everybody knows the different conspiracy theories about aliens because I don't think everyone may understand the whole things. All right. So number one. So I'm gonna go through a couple different options, and y'all could just think what you think. Okay. The first one, let's go. There's aliens from other planets. Hey, Puffy. Hey, Puff and Puff. Good to see you again. I remember you. Okay. So there's the mainstream narrative is there's aliens from other planets that exist somewhere from another galaxy that came here that's very advanced, and some of them are good, some of them are bad, and they may think of us as scientific lab experiments, or they may think of us as people that need some kind of help. So in this theory is that there's good ones and bad ones, and you have the Nordic aliens that will conveniently look just like us for some reason, and you have the praying mantis aliens that look like bugs you see on the ground, and then you have the gray aliens that generally look like something probably from some other place, and you have and other types of entities too on other planets, right? And those that were documented by these different whistleblowers and stuff. So the and so, as I said, there's good ones and bad ones, right? And there's also the reptilian aliens, which I believe is also very accurate, because that's what was described of the serpent angel Serphium that fell, or the devil being a serpent creature, or different gods that existed, because there are gods of other religions that coincide with these type of extraterrestrial entities. Now that's kind of for another part, but yeah. So the entities were aliens from our planets, and they gave humans technology and knowledge about various different things over time. right? So we got that taken care of, right? They're aliens from other planets. Some are good, some are bad. The other theory is that they're interdimensional beings. They're from another dimension, and they or from another timeline or something, and they come through one realm to another realm. This coincides with this other theory I'm about to mention about biblical stuff. So they were not actually things from another planet, but they're from another dimension or timeline where they astro project themselves into an avatar and put it here. They may appear as a Nordic alien, they may appear as a praying mantis or whatever, but they come from another consciousness or somewhere else. This does not deny of life on other planets, of course. Then the third option is that there are actually demonic entities. And these demonic entities were specifically the Watchers. And these were not the same entities from Satan and his rebellion. It was another group that came later. They're sent to watch Earth people. And these things that are sent to watch Earth people created these hybrids called the Nephilim and all kinds of different things. And we know from aliens experimenting on humans, you have this concept of them, you know, making some of them even talk about human alien hybrids. That's the same thing the Abrahamic religions were talking about. So they came here to uh, as gods of different religions, and they gave humans knowledge similar to the other parallels about aliens being fallen angels. And a lot of people love to tell me these very intelligent arguments where they're if they were so bad, why didn't they do anything already? You know, if they were so bad, why don't they just come out and do something? Or they would have done it already. You know, there was a snake in the garden for a long time before he tempted Adam and Eve, according to the Christian parable, Adam and Eve. And so just because there's something nefarious that's planning something doesn't mean they're going to act right away. Even if they're aliens from other planets, doesn't mean that they're a Trojan horse of some kind, you know, or whatever they are. So just because they haven't acted yet doesn't mean that it's something not too good. So here is the silver lining about why the aliens are fallen angels, hypothetically. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, thanks. So, yeah, let me know if it's lagging or if it's better now. So, anyway, is it still lagging? I'm curious. Okay. Are we still lagging or not? Okay. It must be, since no one's saying anything. Fallen angels. Oh, okay. Thank you, Carlos. So, oh, hello, Our Lady. Great to see you. Oh, again, it's been a while. So, this is the theory about them being fallen angels. I'm going to start over. So, the theory about them being fallen angels is that they're angels from other planets. I mean, they're fallen angels from a different dimension, right? So, they're fallen angels that came from a different dimension. And what they did was they came down here as the Watchers and they deceived Earth people and created the hybrids called the Nephilim. There is other things that happened where the fallen entities went out and created different religions. They created different technical advances and science and math and whatever. They taught humans different things. So this is the explanation about them being fallen angels: is that they were here since the beginning, and they chose to go against the Lord and create these different religions and cause different deceptions. Now, a lot of times people will say, "How are these different entities bad, right? If they haven't done anything to us yet?" And people completely miss this concept because just like with Adam and Eve, the parable in the Christianity and the different Abrahamic religions is that the there is a the serpent was in the garden for a long time, and he didn't do anything bad to Adam and Eve. He tricked them and deceived them into something. So just like different religions that existed, no offense to anybody, like there's different gods people had. It's like those things were actually something else, but they lied, right? So that is where that line in the sand is drawn, and causing people, for instance, you have the lizards, right? Those are definitely demonic. You have their descendants that were put in different lines of power that were worshipped like gods. You had different cults and stuff that were spawned from them, and they fed off of these dark energies that people were on Earth doing bad things or did different rituals, and they fed energy off of it, like the adrenochrome. So they've done it for centuries to humans, and they didn't really stop human suffering. They just watched with popcorn. And I'll tell you this, a counter argument to this is that if the aliens didn't do anything bad to us yet, why haven't they stopped us from deleting each other over thousands of years? They just watched us delete each other all the time. It's kind of weird. So here is the silver lining about why the aliens are fallen angels, hypothetically. This is why they are not done anything yet, but they really may be something bad. So according to Abrahamic religions, in the end times, these aliens might appear like they did before to try to bring people away from the Abrahamic God or other gods too, and say they created us and everything was not true. And they'll try to create a new world order, a new world government of some kind. And they will try to deceive humans, just like they will try to deceive the human race and make them uh, these cogs in this machine, so to speak. And just like the end times talk about these three frogs that were actually great alien things. And there's many depictions of great aliens and stuff like that. So that is the explanation why the entities that we call grays or different types of aliens people see may not really be visitors from outer space, but they're actually demonic entities. They're waiting for the right time to deceive humanity to bring them away from the truth. And that is what they're trying to do. And they watched us for thousands of years do all kinds of evil things, and they didn't stop us. Doesn't mean it's true. Maybe they're visitors from other planets. Maybe they're trying to help us and they're going to give us a technology out of the blue that's going to help us and make the world a better place. And the government doesn't want people to know about it. And maybe, so if y'all believe in that, go with that if you'd like. Or if you'd like it to be a certain way where the aliens from other planets, they're interdimensional beings. There's another theory that they're time travelers, that they're from another dimension, us from 56 to 46,000 years from now, and that they're going to come back here to help our timeline for some reason. There's the Mandela effect, etc., that has happened. So it is possible that they might be something from a time traveler. They gave up on you. Scared. So that is something else it might be. It might be us from the future. They may have humans evolved to look differently than they do now. And that is another theory they have, is that they're time travelers. So the aliens are lying, by the way, Angel. And we know... Okay, thank you, Angel. Have a good evening. Thank you for coming and telling me your thoughts about this. All right, thank you. So thanks, Angel. Have a good night. God bless. Later, don't waste precious time here on Earth thinking about aliens. Trust me. And remember, I know about the fallen angel theory. I know about the fallen angel theory. But thank you for your warning. About aliens, trust me, there's no aliens, just demons and fallen angels that can look like Ronald McDonald or anyone. Yeah, they could shapeshift to anything. They may have looked like gods of other religions. Now they look like aliens. They just look like anything. Rucking says, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thou be done on earth. Wait. Done. Thy will be done. Thy will be done. In Jesus' name, I say amen. Amen. I agree. And Angel says, Russia drilled into Earth, I believe, in '70s, and they found hell, and they closed the hole. They quit investigating because a sound was coming out of hell. Yeah, and the people I heard the recording. It's very haunting. Good to see you, Tane. And let's see. And our lady says, any theory on how angels fell and how they couldn't fly anymore? Well, angels necessarily don't look like the way they were shown in different artistic works exactly. The angels look something like a wheel within a wheel with an eye in the center, or they look like a giant flying thing with eyes on it. The biblical angels are very different looking. It's some sort of spiritual entity. Now, some of the angels were already on earth. Like, if Satan had to ascend into heaven, he was already on earth. So he was on earth, and then he went back up into heaven at some point. So, no, he was here. Some of them were just here, stationed here already, and they went up there to rebel. A lot of times it's depicted as them being in heaven rebelling. No, they were here already, and they went up there to go fight them. Oh, okay. Thank you, Carlos. And yeah, I'm just explaining the different theories about what they are. I don't disagree about the them being fallen angels or anything. I'm just giving a fair argument for both sides, okay? Because there's people that think that they're aliens that are good. Some of them are good. They're trying to come here to help us. Some of them, which I lean more towards them being demonic entities, though, and I'm giving an argument about what the fallen angel entities are too. So it's like a trial when you have uh, people given options of something is innocent or guilty. So people need to know the different options they have or what they want to think it is. I lean more towards the fallen angel, but people might disagree and think something else. So yeah, I wasn't disagreeing with angel, just that people, uh, like when you want to do things fair, like a how a trial or something would be set up, you have to do it. There's a right way and a wrong way to do something. So thank you, Carlos. Yeah. So the angels were banned. Some of them were noise. Yeah. Some of the angels were banned from heaven, right? And then Satan was allowed to still go there. So they like lose access. They're like banned from a channel, so to speak. Like they're banned from the heaven, but they could still fly around. That's why those flying saucers we see can fly around because that's them just wandering around Earth. Because remember, they fell to Earth, those entities. So that's why you see the UFOs in the sky because that's them, and they're just stuck here. And they're here to deceive the nations. And that's how it works. They want to cause dissent and they want to cause issues with different people's ideas and things and deceive everybody. So that's why I believe that these entities don't necessarily have our best interest, but some of them may do. Some of them may, some of them may not. Scared. Goose says, me and my dogs are sharing a couple of hot dogs while barefoot outside, wishing he had a hot dog. While Bigfoot is outside, wishing he had a hot dog. Okay, that's funny. Yeah, so Bigfoot wishes he had a hot dog. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Bigfoot cannot have any. Bigfoot has been naughty. Right. Scared. There are so many different encounters where people will see the Bigfoot or hear it. Now, we're talking earlier about how people can sense the Sasquatch thing. and I think that is extremely fascinating how they're able to sense it like that because its presence is very haunting. That is something about its presence. So that is what I think about the 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 angels definitely have a connection with the fallen angels, the grays and stuff. They could just pretty much look like anything. So, and or they could be things on our planets. So it's up to you all to now the different conspiracy theories about what aliens could be, and you could decide for yourself what you think is true or not true. Yeah, Bigfoot to me is a this entity that can appear and disappear in 1,000 different places at once. The different creatures where one time it can appear and disappear. The UFOs can be there for a second and go. And I do believe that Bigfoot is real because there's a lot of talk about the other entities. When I mean entities, I mean humans, where people dress up in a costume and then they'll say that, oh, Bigfoot isn't real because you they saw, someone dressed in a costume. That can be a thing. That is true. But I don't think they all are like that. I believe that there's also real encounters at the same time. So, and everyone reports similar things. Like they'll say that they have red eyes. Oh, thank you, Carlos. Well, this was certainly an experimental project for you. And you say, I like to think that we're all just human and not think too much in paranormal and religious, etc. I like solid evidence, but I've come to see many points of view from these streams and chat. Well, thank you for listening, and glad that you like the streams and the way it was presented. And it said you don't have to believe anything we say. You could take it as entertainment if you'd like. Because these things could sound like a whole science fiction movie series or something. So yeah, I appreciate your thoughts on that. Yeah. And yeah, a lot of people these Garden Lives are pretty much a big hit. They were everywhere, all over the place. People are seeing these, and my pleasure. And many people are seeing these everywhere, and it's I'm glad that I did it because remember these sometimes. Well, back in the past, I did Garden Lives, but they were very different. I was actually in this other region, um, right here in this area, and I used to in this chair right here, and I used to sit here and talk about things, and I would be on the camera. There'd be a lot of trolls and stuff that would happen, but I would, and the mods would delete them. And then I did these Garden Lives, and man, it got thousands of views. Hello, Morgan. It's a little bit blurry. Okay, maybe it's better now. Okay, thank you for your feedback. Yeah, and oh, hello, Rebecca. Good to see you. And yeah, I would do these garden lives and would get a couple thousand views, and I was like, "Whoa, this is wild!" And a bunch of people were coming. Now I did it longer, so Carlos, the old streams like this were very short because the other phone didn't last long. Oh, it's your favorite goose. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. And that is what I think is really fascinating. So appreciate all of you all for watching and enjoying these streams. I enjoy the conversations. So yeah, I mean, there is a lot of times people will um is that a moon? Not yet. A lot of times people will not always understand where they'll get philosophical, but then there's like fights. But what I do is try to do it a certain way where everybody can have a say, and that's what we like to do. Yeah. And that's when I found your stream. I think I actually scrolled past, but you showed it up again, and you were showing the moon. Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. People have told me that they've seen it twice, that they saw it a few times before they subscribed. And I'm glad the algorithm is pumping out these streams. Well, it's getting popular out there. I have some other friends of mine that do these phone lives only, and they have really big channels. So I was thinking to myself, it's like, more people are consuming this type of content. Oh yes, Rebecca, I should be sleeping. I should be. Rebecca, I was awake for the for many days because sometimes I would do streaming a trial and then do the stream of the garden and be up for a couple of days. But yeah, I definitely should be in bed, but I'm out here being naughty and in the garden and just ranting about things. Oh well, you see, Nan, Rebecca's a friend of mine, and she was just joking with me. Okay, yeah, she didn't mean it in a bad way. But thank you, Nan, for looking out for me. But yeah, Rebecca and I have been knowing each other for a long time, and she tells me that as a joke. Okay, Morgan, I am somewhere on planet Earth. Yeah, I am somewhere on planet Earth. That is my region. Okay, and oh, you're on planet Earth too, Morgan. That's good because sometimes we meet people that are somewhere on Neptune or somewhere like that, or Mars. So it's nice to know another one's on Earth like me. And Rebecca said, "That's dangerous, my friend. I was up for days once and I had a seizure." Oh, okay. Well, thank you for your warning. I should get sleep more often. Yeah, because we don't want to have any kind of issues in the spaceship. Yeah, and as I know you have had those seizures before, and yeah, I mean, sometimes when I'm like up that late, it will it will cause a problem where like I'll be like, tempted to just kind of go pass out, but then I keep on going. But yeah, sometimes we do, Morgan. Yes, yes, yeah, and I believe it will be. Sleep is good for health, but I do appreciate the streams we have been doing. They have been doing pretty good. Thanks. And Rebecca, I hope everything's going well with you and uh, Leon also. All right, and we do these lives every night, every morning. Yeah. Goose says, if you want to trip out, let's all note that the position of the moon altogether, and when it's present, we call and change if we all view the same thing. Time scared. Yeah, that certainly would be trippy. Certainly would be trippy indeed. Oh, thank you, Rebecca. Thank you. And yeah, there is new merch. Yes, it's there. There's new merch at the store, and also more is coming out as well. So will be so that's the good news. Absolutely. And glad that you won the custody of your daughter. That's excellent. It's excellent. Yeah. So there is new merch to search for, and a lot of people are liking the merch from the merch store. They're enjoying it. So shout out to the merch people like, and thank you for asking about that. And there's new designs that are coming out, but yes, there are new ones from the last time you looked at them. Yeah. Okay, Carlos. I used to get headaches all the time, but I don't really get them as much anymore. Personally, I used to get them a lot, but not that much anymore. Hold up, I didn't know you have merch. I need a scared shirt or something. Yeah, there's a merch store. Yeah, yeah. I'll have to go post it for y'all to see. Yeah. There's all kinds of merch. There's hoodies, and there's also a scared hoodie and scared shirts and stuff like that. Yeah. I hear the mockingbird. Yeah, the mugs are very popular too. The Alien Lives Matter shirts, etc. All that's very popular. There's also cups and things too. Like drinking cups. Oh, thank you, Rebecca, for posting that. Oh, nice, saw, nice, nice. And I'll also post it in the Discord, and I'll post it on a post and a video too. Thank you, Rebecca, very much. Yeah. Also, shout out to mods and in very appreciate y'all very much for being here, helping out in chat, and enjoying the show. Y'all are all cool. Yeah, that will be the new one. Yeah, that'll be the one that will come out with. Yeah, and because we have the new Gaarden era of the spaceship, and we also have the trial era too to put in there. think there's also going to be a Gemix shirt too, that as well. That's going to come out. And definitely a good idea, indeed. Yeah. So yeah, with the merch, it's just the coolest design where like you could be uh, an alien, you know, no matter what. Like it's an alien that like with a radiating alien. It doesn't have like technically glow in the dark, but it has a glow in the dark type theme to it. That's what it has. It's able to do so many things and fit into so many different ways because it's just the iconic symbol of the alien. And that is the the awesomeness of the streams. Yeah, and scared. Okay, and one of the there's all kinds of different things that we've talked about on the different streams. For instance, I like the one of the streams we talked about the oh look who it is. It's Claude. We talked about Claude, and there he is when he's mentioned. Oh, thank you, Rebecca. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Trip to the moon. Yes, I like that. Indeed. Indeed. Yeah, the Claudster. Yeah, thank you for the super chat. Yeah, and here's Claude, and he's here. Tell us about animal pets back on your planet. My power just went out, and I got scared in the dark for a few. Okay, so tell us about animal pets back on your planet. Okay, back on my planet, there's actually some reptilian type of entities that were on my planet. Like, so there's different types of reptile things that exist, like the Komodo dragon type things. There's also a a fish with like a fuzzy type of fish that looks like completely out of place. Exactly, mermaid. Very true. I have known Rebecca for a long time. Yeah, one of my trial chatters, and so it's good to hear about that. Yes, that is true, Carlos. Yeah. Oh, now there are. I'm not in the images that are displayed. Like, if you see, like, there's people on display. They're clones of me instead. So another alien to my planet is that they have these snails, Randy. There's these space snails that exist, and the space snails are, especially a lot of them are on Pluto, but they're on my planet too, and they just go on the desert sand for eons. They just roam around. On Serpo, there's different types of wild animals. There's wild things that are like they look green hair with some pink stripes, right? And they have three eyes. There's another one which is a space panda, That's on Serpo. That likes to eat the space bamboo. See, Claude Van Kitty kicks trash pandas buns every day. I say yes, yes. Right, very funny. Yeah, and so that is the different creatures on the different planets that I originate from. And there's this worm, and then on Nibiru, and Nibiru has these golden feline type creatures, these golden cats on there. They're not cats; they look like cats. And there's also these flying things that have they're all are a dark blue, and it's fuzzy, and it has a head with a diamond on it. That's what it also has. Yeah, mermaid's hair is awesome. Yeah, yeah, and you see the Clawster sees something. He sees something, all right. And yeah, I mean, and a lot of times they deal with the different creatures. The different entities that we have. He could see a snake, and cats are very good at catching snakes. That's another thing about them. Okay, mermaid. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and oh, you're good at running from snakes. Oh, okay, Carlos. I will fix it where it could ship to Canada. All right. I will go uh, give you another link that'll ship to Canada. All right. We will do that a different way. I thought it did ship to Canada, but that's a cringe. Cats have fast reactions that snakes strike. Yeah. Yeah. So you're my pleasure. Oh, okay. Okay. So I said we will work around that where we'll get it shipped to you. All right. So I thought it did ship there, but it looks like it doesn't. So we will look into that. Yeah, here he is, the kitty. Mhm. Okay, and here he is going a different way. Yeah, see, he's a leopard. It was certainly a leopard walking through. Yeah, the Claudster. He's walking through the. Look at that. Now he sits. If he fits, he sits. Like the OJ trial. Yeah. If he fits, he sits. Okay. Uh, he's taking me on a hunting trip. Some National Geographic. Yeah. Oh, now he's relaxed. He is happy to be on the camera. He smells stinky trash pandas, right? Right. He has himself some white socks. Yeah. He has a sightseeing trip. Yeah, he's keeping the first slick and in check. Yeah. He is shiny as a penny, as a fresh penny. Bug just went across the stream, the screen. Yeah, you can see how shiny he is right there. And yeah, sometimes he waits in this yard for the stream to start. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Pet cheetah. He's hot Cheetos. Yeah, he's gonna. He's an OnlyFans model now, and has all of his stripes and his dots everywhere. Yeah. Yes, yes. Not cat feed finder cat. Yeah. Yeah, his white socks are going his white socks are going to uh break the internet with that. Yeah. He got some dog paws, yeah. The dog cat hybrid. He keeps his white socks cleaner than mine. Yes, yes. They are clean as possibly can be. Yeah, and yeah, he is just sparkly clean. Like, let's see. Yeah, he is just magnificently clean on every part of him is. Yeah, and it looks like he was going on a hunting trip, and then he was just chilling for the night. You'd expect him to be a little dirty. He's pristine. Yeah. Yeah. He loves to clean himself rapidly. That's what he loves to do. He gets obsessed. He's obsessed with his looks. Thanks, Con. Glad you like the cat. He is a good boy. For real though, those legs are long, all from the White Sox. Yeah, yeah. His White Sox are the longest, and he is completely in a trance of relaxation. And he knows he's famous, and he knows that he is the cleanest cat in town. I know it looks like he's wearing actual socks. I know that is really incredible that he's able to do that because his White Sox. Yeah, he would be a good cartoon cat. You know, and I believe in a way, he already is. And the way his personality is too is the same. That he knows, what to do, what to say, etc. Yeah. Oh yes, the V pattern. Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, he has like the perfect V shape, and his body is just iconic. He's almost like a modern Felix the cat. Felix the cat was a little bit different looking, but he's like a modern Felix. Hey, David. He said, I have a tiny, small tracker on my cat's neck only when I let him walk outside. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, a lot of people use trackers. I don't have trackers on any of them, but yeah, trackers are pretty cool. People can see where their cat is, or you can see film what they're filming, stuff like that. Oh, that's good. You found them twice. That's good. And now he's cleaning himself. Oh yeah, look like human feet. Yeah. Right. LOL. Yeah, they are cut like socks. Yeah, he is a diva cat. Hilarious, Rebecca. Oh, you need a harness on some of those. Okay. All right. Yeah, and now we have this cat that he is cleaning his mittens. Murder Mittens, yeah. Shout to Carlos, cool people. All right. You see, yeah, pink beans, yeah. And he knows that we're talking about him. He knows that we're talking about him, and he knows that we're talking about his cleaning, and he's given us a demonstration about his cleaning. Yeah. Yeah, Carlos with his epic mustache and his legendary chronic weed roll. Yeah, facts. Yeah, that's nice mustache, Carlos. Can't beat alien spaceships after beard. Oh, okay. And you know, I think that this cat has us all beat because he has the best whiskers. He has the best whiskers. Alien spaceship and like a fog and smoke. Yeah, facts. Facts. My bloodline was known for the beard, mustache thing. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. They like to do that sometimes. They like to do that. That was in my realm, Saw Girl. That was here in the swamp. Yeah, it was a choo choo. Mermaid. That's what my buddy would tell me on the phone when he would hear it. He would say choo choo. There you go. Great minds think alike. Yeah, it's a mermaid can be a mind reader. Very smart. Looks like he's about to go on the prowl. Looks like he's still cleaning himself. Actually, yeah, his face. Yeah. Name my cat Stewie, Sushi, Pasta, and Bob, as in Bob the Builder. That's really those are some pretty cool names. Yeah, that's cool names. Hey Claude, they're all cheering you on. Yeah, I like Sushi and Pasta. Yeah, those names are good for the cat. Oh, you had a bow tie cat named Twinkies. Yeah, okay, and let's see what the Claudster does. Gooby Alfredo biscuit. Oh, that's so cute. My cat always gets the flu, and it's like constant thing. Have runny nose and amoxicillin. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, those names are excellent indeed. Okay, and he's still searching for something. Let's see. Okay, let's see where he goes. Claudster. Whiskey. Charles prefers Chuck. Okay. Yeah, that's Bubbles. All right, he's gonna go be with Bubbles. They're gonna be sleeping with each other. Okay, and he entertained Chat, and he's going to go lounge with his friend. A cat named Milo, cat named Henry, and when we call him, we say Hen Ray. And my daughter's cat's name Ash Aka Ash Hole. Yeah, that is so cute. Yeah, him and Gooby always lay spread out that way. Yeah. Look at these; they're coming up well. Meat's cat's name is Azora. She's cute. So she's about 10 or so now. Okay. Too bad cats can't on our cats. Too bad we can't upload pics of our cats. Yeah, I know. We gotta fix that. And I live in the forest. Last time I let a cat out, and she climbed to the top of the tree about 100 feet. And then came down scared, and nope, more. Oh wow, wow, that is some wild stories in the woods. Wild stories in the woods. Okay, we're gonna look at some constellations. Right there, right there, over there. Even if you can't really see it, it's there. A god-sized me, a Siamese named Fendi, and tortoise shell named Sophie. That awesome. There's so many cats in a group. Oh yeah, yeah. Whoa, whoa. That's some spiders right there, chat. Whoa, scared. Now that looks a lot like how cotton looks, by the way. Just for y'all to know, that's what a cotton would look like inside a plant, but that's actually a spider. Just for the record, it's a giant spider web. Scared. Ah, look at that chat. Look at this chat. I told you I'll see the moon rise before. Look at that. Look at that chat. The moon's rising. Very mystical. Scared. Yes, fund me to go to the moon, and I'll stream from there. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Saw. Uh, that is awesome. You did that for yourself. That is uh, great to screenshot this. Yeah, definitely. A Katy Perry moon or SpaceX. Will there be cats on the moon? Yeah, there's space cats on the moon. Morning, Ruby. Yes, a nice sight indeed. Yeah, and the sky is turning more aqua, um, more of I'd say a very light navy blue. Scared. Here's some birds and crickets. Here they all come. One time I went live. Okay. Hey, Ghost. Yeah, that moon. The moon, yeah. Oh, that's good. That's good. Get your smokes, your vapes, your drinks, whatever, and smoke and chill. Facts. Hello, Tracy. Yeah, grab your coffee or smokes, or your tea, or your soft drinks, whatever. Thank you, Mermaid. My excellent. Whoa, I like when it's dark and I hear something move like that. It's pretty cool. Sauce is likes to the 3-in-1 vape, sativa hybrid, and a cup plus some coffee, Jim Beam, Yum Breakfast Champions. Awesome. Well, I know Mermaid. They think they're clever or something. I know. They're 80s prank call. Oh, you're drinking your beer. Okay, nice, nice. It's like it's a glowing, and just a little. It's, everything's like glowing. Like you say the trees and all. It's all glowing. You see some glow a little bit, yeah. Zoom out with this. Okay, you see kind of like it's like dark, and then there it's bright. It gives off like a glowish hue to it. Thanks, mermaid. Yeah, the sun's coming up. Yeah. Well, this is pretty cool right here. Like, this is actually one of the greatest shots. I mean, wow. Yeah, that's true, mermaid. Yeah. And mermaid, good night to you. If you're going. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Oh, night was short. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Especially in the summer, it could just fly by. Yeah, a good night to you too, mermaid. I don't. That's a good question. I don't think I have insomnia. I'm just more of a, I'm more of a night owl of some kind. But I don't know. I don't think. Uh, mm, I I do like to stay up really late, so I could, I suppose. But I just seem more of a night person, and I liked to, anything that happens, I just aim it into doing this. So yeah, I definitely through a discipline I do this, and also because kind of a night owl, and I don't really know if I had that or not, but I could. Uh, a good question. It definitely seems like it. Oh yeah, I do sleep. I do sleep. I would usually sleep more in the daytime. I came more nocturnal, but yeah, it's a. I always kind of had a lot of energy in me, but especially like when things happen, it's like I aim it into doing this type of stuff, and productive things over doing destructive things. And Ruby, I am um, looking at the moon coming up. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, mermaid. Yeah, yeah, definitely. I'm like that too. Yeah, so I definitely am like a vampire in a way. But when I started doing trials again, I did like trials during the daytime, and I was up all night. So I just kind of like never was sleeping in general. But sometimes little micro naps probably happened, but I mostly just stayed up. That might have been a bat. Yes. Now it's 29. Yeah, so thank you all for hitting the like button and chilling with us. Yeah, mermaid. I definitely have a lot of energy too in the summer. We're similar in that way. Yeah. And now we have 30. Thanks, chat. Now it's 31. Now it's 32. Max. Oh yeah, yeah. That's cool. That's cool. I'm sure it's trippy. Yeah. Yeah, we love the birds. I'm starting to hear them more now. Yeah, but there'll be more of them starting to chirp. But right now, it's like the crickets are chirping, and then you're gonna have some birds in the distance, and they're all gonna be waking up. Oh, thank you, Carlos. Yeah, I've been told that my voice would be good for radio or podcasting type stuff. It's calming. Yeah, thank you. Glad I've retained that trait. Yes, Carlos. A lot of people have had dreams with them, with the content. Uh, they've gone to different. You've mentioned it too. A lot of people have gone and had different dreams about the topics, and they go into some trippy places. It's like people don't need psychedelics anymore. They have this dream. Yeah. That's a nice site right there. Alien chat, morning chat. It's out of this world. Thanks. Yes, it's a glow. It's the aura of the sun coming up. It's like a majestic type of globe to it. It's a mythical in a way. Like, look, that's the sky, and saw this direction. That is, and that direction is where you are. You are about over there somewhere, and it's dark where you are, right? And this is towards the east coast, right? It's already daylight over there, and that is the glow of the sun in the east coast, like New York. It's daytime right now. It's like that over there. Oh, nice. You're feeling fresh. Awesome. Oh, God bless you too, mermaid. Glad you feel the chill vibes. Thanks. It's 2 hours away. Okay. Yeah, shout out to you, mermaid. Yeah, yeah, more spring summer vibe now. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. He could be coming in later on. I don't know, uh, or maybe he slept in. But we will see him. He was here yesterday. But usually I've been going live much earlier. I mean, you know what I mean, like when it's the sun's out. So he might be on like going by that schedule. So yeah, we will see him at some point. And if we don't, we'll see him in the next one. Yeah, he definitely is awesome. There's the birds. Hey Phil, thanks. Yeah, it's really cool moon. I'm in the part of the world where there is a moon right now rising. Welcome to the chat, Bam. That's good, Bam. That's good. Oh, that's cool. I like Tennessee. See, that's the sun right there coming up. Looks like a fire in the distance. That's the sun. Thank you, Saul. Almost looks like a portal's opening. Oh, thank you, Carlos. Nice super chat. Oh, that's good, Bam. That's good. Uh, that's the best way to do it. So that's like the part of the sky. Well, that's good that you have a vape. Yeah. But then you got that one part of the sky where that's happening. And we'll look at it through this angle. We're going to see the sun come up. When it comes up, we're also going to look at things through this angle too. Okay, and this is another part of the sky where we see a kind of like a glowing haze of some sort. Okay, and on disclosure. Okay, so disclosure, I've not seen any more reviews about it, but we definitely will be looking into them as people see them. Yeah, very blue indeed. Okay. Okay, and there we go. We have the blue sky with the tree, which is nice to have. And yeah, the birds are all waking up. You know, they like to wake up and do their thing, which is very cool. Yes, it's swampy, very swampy. Yeah. Now, I see in the past it used to be completely marshland, but they eventually filled it up with coffee grinds and uh, shells and bricks and things over time. But yeah, it's a swampy place. Yeah. I also hear the crickets too. Yeah, the blue sky. Yeah, the blue sky revealed everything. Yeah, the swamplands, they see, like when it rains, that's why it gets all watery on the ground, because it gets to the point where people can't like walk because it's like all marshland. So yeah, it's nice swampy terrain. Oh, the birds are getting active now. No, I've never seen an alligator in my yard. You see, the alligators live in this area, but they don't come in this part, if that makes any sense. They're actually a couple of blocks from me, but they've never come to this part so far. But, anything's possible. But no, I've not seen any. But it is a couple of, or no, how about this? A couple of miles from here, a few miles or so, not blocks, but a couple miles or so. Alligators are, I've seen them before, and they're just kind of menacing looking while they just kind of chill there. At the abandoned amusement park, they have they had a lot of alligators there, and also boars, from what I've heard. A lot of alligators, you know, I just feel like they don't always like. I mean, it could possibly come here. It could possibly come here if it wanted to, but most of the time they just don't usually come in this part of the neck of the woods. But I mean, I would have to be, you know, what we'd call careful about it. Now they do have snakes in here, but the other creatures, not really. No, what you speak of. They do need lots of water. That's true. Now I do have what some people call them crayfish, mud bugs, timu, and but we call them crawfish. Those things are in the very back. The very back part, interestingly, is where that swamp tree existed. That's where the crawfish are. Sometimes they come around, and they just walk around the yard and just, like a cat. I eat them, but I've not eaten one from the yard yet. No, you'd really need like a bunch of them in a boil. But a one could be cooked. I mean, boiled, but it'd preferably be like a whole bunch. But I could if I wanted to. Oh no, I haven't done it yet. There wasn't a reason why not. Why not? Because usually they would be cooked. I mean, boiled together with a bunch of other things. Hello, 408. Yeah. So yeah, I could have done it. I mean, I could boil one. That's a possibility. And I don't know. I would have to look into it if one from the city is good to eat. I could look into it just to make sure. I think it would be safe, but I just want to make sure. But yeah, it would be. It would just be one. And usually they're boiled together in a big pot, and then you just have them. Because there's so little meat inside of one. You usually put them together, but usually I would observe. Oh, hello there, Grace. Usually I would observe them together. I mean, I would just like observe them and just kind of let it go on its way. But yeah, I could get it and then boil it, and put it with something. It would go. I have corn that I grew from a while back. I could put some spices and make it out of it. So yeah, that's something to try at some point. So that's a good idea. And I'll look into that and see what it says. But basically, yeah, I definitely didn't eat them from the yard, but I definitely have seen them like in the yard before. I Many dirt lobsters. Yeah, yeah. So that region's the most swampiest area of the yard. It's the swampiest area, and that swamp tree I showed y'all. I mean, you know what? Like Goose didn't even may have not have seen it, so I'm gonna go over there and show him right now. So we'll go back to the other station, but anyway. So all right, Goose, I'm gonna show you a swamp thing. All right, you see, this is from a very very old bold cypress, and the way it's grown and it looks, it was from a swamp. Like when this used to be a swamp back a long, long time ago. More of a, I mean, there was, let's say, big houses here at one time, but it was more of a swampy area than it used to be. You see, and that's it right there, and it's completely waterproof. And I just had it here as part of this little structure right here. Yeah, but that is the. Uh, my grandpa dismantled it in 2008, and I just kept parts of the tree. And if you break it into pieces, it'll be a nice, beautiful red orange interior with the wood. That's a little chip of it right there. Yeah, so it's very nice. And this came from the part of the yard where the crawfish are. And it's back there. That's where the crawfish and stuff are, and that's where the tree trunk came from, back there. The tree probably was alive in the 40s. I mean, the 50s last time it was alive, or 60s maybe, and it died many decades before I was born. So it was around way before that. That tree was started growing in 1812. By the way. Yes, we can try to find them. I agree. Yeah. Now they are. I don't see them every day. They are more rare, but eventually we'll find one, and we'll go back there and look for them. Yeah, they come from, and there's also next to the. My pleasure. I have pictures of them to show you also, and videos of them, because the y'all believe me, but I have if anything, let's see, figure out one right here. Let's go this way. Is it still here? It's a while back. Okay, here's a picture of one from 10 years ago. Let's see, is it? It's okay. Let's see. Try it like this. Okay, there we go. That is a crawfish from the back. Okay, and it's kind of red and purple looking, and that's what's in the back. We'll see sometimes. So that's a picture of one. Yeah. Yeah, and next to the cypress tree that was torn down. Oh yeah, very cool. Yeah, thank you. The thing about there was this giant hole that I dug next to it. So the way it happened was I pulled up some weeds, and then this hole kind of materialized next to the cypress tree thing, and I kept digging. It may have been before it got torn down, and I would dig there for hours, and I would find broken bottles and uh, plug outlets. And this was stuff from hundreds of years ago, from the 1800s to 1900s. And that's where the crawfish would be at, in that region. And they would have their crawfish holes. Oh, hey, Zoomy. There's an airplane. Pretty cool. You only see them in stores and in TV. Okay. We'll catch a live one. Carlos, that was a crawfish, or it's like a miniature lobster. That's a swamp thing. It's a swamp creature. I do have fish traps. I could use hypothetically. In the sky, that was an airplane flying somewhere out west. Going to the west, Texas or California or something. There's another one. There are some birds. Oh, okay, Carlos. Thank you. Yeah. I don't know if it has poison in the head. We've sucked things out the head before, but thanks. So far, no chemtrails. And oh, Mike, it might be a type of ET thing, a type of otherworldly, like demonic type of extraterrestrial thing. Yeah, praying that goes away. Yeah. Or it's an alien doing some sort of an experiment. Mike, it could do that hypothetically, yes. Now, it could be other things too, possibly, but it might be that, yes. Because it's a paranormal entity that's using some sort of magnetic field to move things around, or has entities that are going in there and doing it. Hello, Jerry. Welcome to the stream. Hey, Frog. I thought it was you. I was wondering what happened to you. Yeah, well, I'm glad you're able to come back and come to the show. Okay. Frog is a friend of mine from Trial Chat for a long time. Friend of Moki and I. And some of the others. All right, Mike says, my sunglasses were on kitchen counter last night, and now they're broken. They didn't move at all. They're just split in half when I picked them up. Plastic has a bunch of pitting, like, from heat. Okay, thanks. Yeah, it must be giving off some sort of radiation or something of that effect. That's what it's giving off. Some sort of energy field that's causing it to happen. Love you too, Frog. All right, he's going on. He's gonna start. Yeah, the solar flash is getting closer. That's true. It is a weird shaped cloud. I agree. It's like, who is you, cloud? Who is you? Cloud, come hither. We need to have an interview with you. Scared. Now I'm going to start doing the cloud dance. It is like water falling. Yeah. It's a trippy scene. You have like a weird looking cloud with all the birds chirping. Definitely will do that. We love our trees. That is true. They do talk to me. Now there's a lot of frogs here too. In general, like, speaking of frogs, I see a lot of them around here, hopping around. We used to see red-eyed tree frogs, but not as much as we used to. So there's all kinds of different swampy wildlife here. Another plane. The solar flash is the seventh solar flash that is going to happen, and it occurs every 26,000 years. But the Aztecs and Egyptians all went through it. Well, it looks like Zoomy, we got to buckle up because we're about to go through it too. And thank you for telling us about that. Definitely. It is beautiful, Zumi. It's um, rhythmic, and he's he's doing the right pitches, and he's really strengthening his diaphragm. Yeah, he's doing a good deed for everybody. Sun is coming up gradually over time. $35 likes. Thank you, chat. Yes, I've done that before, Zumi. Oh yeah, definitely. But thank you for 35 likes. Yeah, the different shapes in the clouds are awesome. 37 likes. Thanks, chat. Yeah, very peaceful, indeed. Okay, we have more of the sun coming out. Eventually, it'll reach our part shortly. You'll be able to see it more clearly. You see some parts of it right now. There. And let's see. Over there. And that way. 38. Thanks for the likes. All right, let's do the UFO dance. UFOs appear. UFOs appear. UFOs appear. All right, let's see how that works. Hello there, fish dude. Welcome to the stream. 39 likes. Awesome. Yeah, we would. Absolutely. He's happy about the sun coming up. $40 likes. Awesome. Soon we will see. We'll go look at the sun soon. See where it's standing right now, just a curiosity. Let's see. Well, here's a glimpse of the sun on the trees right there. There. And let's see, how's it looking this way? Okay, it's about to come up. I'll show some parts of it. See, it's it's about to come up. It's not up just yet, but it's about to. Yeah, it just the it's really interesting to watch it how it comes up because it's gradual over time and eventually it just peaks and peaks like over like a time lapse. We have some pretty interesting clouds that a little bit odd. And thank you for 40 likes. It's really cool. Okay, he's coming back. That's good. There, see, that's the sun on the trees. Thank you, Saw. Glad you like it. Soon the sun will be up where we'll be able to see it on the stream, and then that'll be cool to have on here. We have not done a garden live when we started that time and went all the way out here into the morning like that. It's pretty cool. Yeah, so the birds like the morning and a nice blue sky. And we saw a transition from when it was like glowing until it became blue completely. Okay, that's the sun right there, coming out through the trees. Right there. And there'll be more coming in. Yes, thanks all. Here we have the first glimpse of the sun, and we're going to kind of looking at through this angle where it's going over the tree, and it's going to come up more. We'll be able to see it even better. And different locations have it more, and it has to rise a bit more for it to completely go into that area. And there's a reflection of the sun right there. Hilarious con. Thanks. Because we have the sun rising up. Let's see. It's 6:36 a.m. Hey Phil, good to see you. And in Cali, it's 4:36 a.m. Oh, I just stay up all the time. I'm not necessarily an early bird. I just like, I just stay up all the time. It has a few time zones. There is Eastern, Central, Mountain Time, and Pacific. It has four. And Hawaii has its own time zone. It's even more farther out. Hawaii, it's probably like 10 o'clock at night or something. Yes, the U.S. is massive indeed. Absolutely. I have not been to a. I've not been to a foreign country. I technically my parents were in England technically when I was discovered, but I was born in the United States. And my dad's from the United Kingdom. I mean England. Same thing. But no, I was born in America. But no, I've not been to a foreign country since I've been born. Yeah. All right, let's see it now. Yeah, I will at some point. I haven't been there to meet them in person. Right. See, the sun's hiding behind some clouds. Reason why the sun isn't as bright is because it's hiding behind some clouds. You can smell the morning. Yeah, yeah. There's the sun right there. It's going through the trees. There it is. There's the sun right there in full sight. Yeah, here comes the sun. Oh, it's late afternoon right now in your country. Nice. Yeah, pretty amazing sun. I know. Yeah. I have to get the hat for a second to go smash this thing. Okay, this thing keeps buzzing and buzzing around me, so it needs to go to the shadow realm. Shadow realm you go. Your sun's going down and mine's rising up. That's awesome. We live in a small world indeed. So all the humans, all the earthlings need to be more united than they are. We all share this place together. I know, Khan. The politicians don't agree. I know. They want everybody divided. My political philosophy has to do with usually with putting the I'm against communism and stuff like that, but I'm for free market, but I'm like I don't trust people like Bill Gates, things like that. I I believe that the America should uh, do what it can to help its own people, and I have a dissent against the different systems that are in place. Like I don't always think that the politicians have our best interest. That's generally like what I think. I believe in a republic. You know, whatever. I guess a like what the American founding fathers would have believed in. Yeah. Bangladesh. It's very cool. It's very cool. Shout out to Bangladesh. It's pretty cool. Yeah, yeah. It's basically it's right by India, and yeah, like that. We have similar type of weather. Uh, from where I am, it's similar weather. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so because where I am, it's a tropical type weather, and there's similar plants, I'd say. Or although it gets actually freezing cold here sometimes in the winter, it can be most of the year it's very hot and humid. Yeah. Yes, yes. I like geography. I always had a thing for geography. It's um, Asia's a really fascinating continent. It's has been made lots of historical impacts in the world throughout centuries. All the nice um, things come from there, and also you could grow food there. Well, they say where I am, you could grow food where I am, or grow things here. But over there, you could grow a lot of stuff too, probably all year round. I don't know if it gets cold. Oh, you're a geography tuber. Oh, we have a lot in common then. Yeah. It's I don't know if it gets cold where you are ever, but where I am, it gets cold sometimes. So some of the plants die off in winter, but some places it's like cold all the time. I mean, it's warm all the time, so you can just grow stuff all year round. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah. I like history maps of different world events. It's not a cold country. I didn't think it was. I didn't think it was. It's probably hot all year round. Where I am, it's like in a twilight zone region where it can get very cold, like North Pole, and it can snow here too, and it could be like a tropical jungle too. Yeah. Oh, yeah, like European history. Yeah. Well, me too. That's where my ancestry's from. I like Europe, European history. I like studying about it too. It's it's almost like different states. Like the United States has just different states, but they're different countries. But it's kind of a similar concept. But they've had quite a bit of wars over time. So yeah, it's interesting to see how different revolutions or different political things just change the maps over time. Yeah, it just like a color wheel, and yeah, you have like one country and it breaks up into another country, and a lot of people don't understand history about it or are not interested in it. But I think it's very important to know because it could be pertain to other things as well. Yeah. Yeah, Khan. Yeah, I love how Europe pieces. I love how European kingdoms changed their allies in periods of time. Yeah, in a period of time. In one period of time, they could change their allies left and right. Yeah, I remember like you know, one moment they're allies of this place, and then the next minute they're allies of another place. Like Stalin and the Reich had a non-aggression pact, and they switched, and they're supposed to be ideologically opposed. And then you have these other places where like United Kingdom was all against each other, and then you had all these different European countries switching back and forth throughout the different wars that occurred. And there's Austria, Hungary, and then you have like there's Ukraine is part of this place and it's part of that. It's like in the middle between Eastern and Western Europe, so it's like juggled between both. So is Poland and those other places, and like the the flag of the United Kingdom has Ireland's flag in it, but they're still enemies with a lot of Irish have don't like England, but a lot of the people in the British Army were Irish. It's all a bunch of ironic stuff going on, like back and forth, and revolutions changed flags too, and then there are civil wars. It's like a universe. It's like the different universes inside a universe. It's all these little different things happening inside one place. Yeah. And it's almost like the African continent where everything just seems to. That's even a more interesting where they just seem to have constant wars and regime changes all over the place in Africa. So it's yeah, Europe definitely has a perplexed history about it's part of this regime, then that regime, then there's monarchs, then there's no monarchs, and yeah, it's quite crazy. Oh, you like German history the most? Yeah, I am. My name's German, and I have quite a bit of German ancestry, so I'm very interested in myself. That is true. That is true. I most of the royals of Europe are German. I have it on both sides, the German ancestry, And yeah, it's all the houses of Europe and Russia and England and all over the place are linked to Germany, and I'd say even France to an extent too, in the different places like that. And then they had different features, like the Habsburg jaw was in the Austrian one, and the dynasty in England has heavy lidded eyes, similar to my eyes. The way my eyes are have heavy lidded to them, that's a trait from the British side. Yeah, they also develop different genetic traits too. But yeah, Germany's very yeah, that history is crazy because they had so many different regimes and they had so many different kingdoms at war all the time. And then World War II was the big, the biggest known thing in their history. And yeah, it was a while when my great great grandfather left Germany in the late 1800s to come here because there's lots of war and famine at that time, and he was kind of discriminated against during World War I because they thought he was a German spy, but he wasn't. He was just trying to have a life. So yeah, it was a definitely interesting history. I have it. A couple of different my lines are from Germany. That was just one. He's the one I have the name from. But yeah, it's a kingdoms versus kingdoms, and then they got bigger. Yeah, yeah, and yeah, they try to throw him in like a fire pit or something, and they burned his face. But he wasn't like a bad guy or anything. He was trying to get away from Germany because there was so many war and destruction over there. And this is before World War One and World War Two. Germany was always divided and had problems. But he was a good worker and he was a good family man. Yeah, and all his descendants did cool things, and including myself with YouTube. So yeah, it's um, it's quite a wild history to look into. Some of my German relatives were here they're up in Missouri, and they came down here. Well, Missouri's a state, where Mark Twain is a famous writer is from, and so some of them were just here from the beginning, from a long time ago. And this guy came in the late 1800s for a better life, and he left his family behind, and they were not really happy with him. But he had to go. I'm glad he left. Germany was going to have problems with two world wars and stuff, so it's good he got out of there. Yeah. And I'm related to pretty much all the different European countries because in America it's a melting pot of different people. I'm related to everything from Spain, Italy, to the Mediterranean countries, to the Nordic and British countries. I'm pretty much related to all of Europe because it would take a long time to say every country. So I'm related to Southern Europe and Northern Europe. Makes sense. Yeah. So it's a quite interesting melting pot. They wanted to get a better life because Europe had problems. My father's side, yes, that is true. I have great family history as well. That is true too. And the other side, my father's side, he came here on vacation. They're still in England, but yeah, that side was different. My mom's side, where they came here for having a better life. Oh yeah, but he was a good worker. He built the first German Coke factory. His family worked on trains. The one that from Germany. Yeah, my family has a very good history to it, and they helped out different people over time, and all the way down to us with YouTube stuff. So yeah, it's very cool history. It has they did a lot of good things. Thanks, Con. There's still crickets. See, that gives it like a swampy vibe to it. Oh, thank you, Colin. I appreciate it. Yeah, I always like to learn as much as I can and gain insight over time, and I appreciate that. It's nice talking to you in chat. These garden lives are great. Like, they're very great. It's nice having people from all over the world here, internationally. Uh, yeah, it's very fascinating. It's so cool to see the sun come up. It's like it's going down where you are. It's coming up where I am. Yeah, that's just so cool. Oh, thank you. I'm glad that. Thanks for the feedback. I'm glad explaining things. Yeah, I definitely have learned from very wise people myself, and I have been very blessed, as well throughout time. And the hard times made me stronger. There was a hurricane many years ago that hit this place and it flooded everywhere, and the government didn't really do anything too much. So, and that was rough when I was little, and over time, but it led me to this place where I am now, because I wasn't here before, but I'm here now. So, you know, I think God's the greatest planner, and I was blessed to, be where I am talking to you in chat, because we wouldn't be having the sunrise if that storm didn't happen, the hurricane didn't happen. Your sun is totally gone, okay, and where I am, it's totally up. That's very fascinating. How we're able to do this from where you are, where I am. Yeah. So the sun is gone where you are, and it is now. Well, you sent it over in perfect condition, and I'll make sure it's perfect condition when it comes back to you. The mockingbird's in the tree above us. Yeah, exactly, Salvador. Yeah. Shout out to you. Yeah, Passion and I have a deal about make sure the sun's in perfect condition. So make sure it's in perfect condition for you too. Yeah. You see, all the birds love the sun. They're all happy. Yeah. I like the time I started the garden stream this time. It was good. I will, and you too. Thank you. Yes, it's a bird sanctuary indeed. Yeah. Oh, about the sun. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I got you. Yeah. So the sun heard your message, and he thanked you. It's so, in spite of all the bad things about what technology has done, it's like you could watch the sun go down in one part of the world and come up in the other part of the world. It is so cool. It's so cool what we're able to achieve with the technology and networking. Like it's almost like futuristic. You'd be in one part of the world and watch the sun come up for another part of the world. Like you watch it go down and watch it come up. It's in the spaceship. The sun never sets. Khan said if people was lazy like me, it would never happen. Yeah, it's I think the people that are crazy enough to think they could change the world are the ones that do. It definitely takes discipline to get it done. I think um, it's also good to be honest about what people are able to do or want to do or not. But yeah, I think that thinking differently and trusting the dots will connect somehow will get it there. Because yes, so there's new alien photos. I don't know if they're alien photos of aliens themselves, but there's alien UFO pictures that weren't shown before. Like there's these orbs, these orange orbs. I'll show them on the show later. All right, we'll show them later on the live stream. Yes, Rebecca, I made you a type of mod where you can be completely. Uh, if there's like other mods that have a problem, you can like zap them, and if anyone tried to like zap you or something, it wouldn't work. Yeah. So I changed. I like upgraded your mod status. That's what I did. So later today, I'll text you before I do it. Oh, thank you, Khan. Thank you. Uh, it is a pleasure chatting with you, and have a good one. Saw is also one Rebecca. The people that I know really well are ones. It was an upgrade. Oh yeah, Rebecca, that was one of my uh, mods. That's very cool from Trial Chat. She may have thought you were trying to mess with me in a bad way, and I was explaining to her that it was you didn't say anything. It was just a joke. It was when you were saying something about the um, I should be in bed. She thought it was uh, something not nice towards me, but she's trying to make sure that I'm respected and all, and that's nice of her. But I was explaining it was just a little joke between you and I. You didn't do anything wrong. Yeah. I appreciate her and the others. They're trying to make sure that because there's sometimes trolling and uh, stupid people around and different feuds that have occurred. So you didn't do anything wrong. It was just the trying to make sure the chat was doing okay. But yeah, and I didn't take it personally. It's like that's something we've been doing for years. You've been telling me that, so I need to go to bed earlier. But since I see now, no one can zap you except me. So just in case something were to occur or whatever, it won't work. But I appreciate. And I'm not mad or upset with anybody because of it's trying to make sure the spaceship's running smoothly. Yeah, there's really stupid people out there. Yeah, I've even had wars in the trial chats before. It's there's feuding can happen, and there's also people that just are trolls really that are stupid that like to say bad things and they want to be hyper vigilant to make sure it doesn't happen. So nobody did anything wrong, but it was just a misunderstanding. Yes, Grace, spaceship's running smoothly. Yeah. I got bodyguards in chat. I got a lot of bodyguards. I got a spaceship security. Scared. Yeah. Hey Jerry, we're doing well. We're watching the sun come up. We had a really big night in the garden. We've been live since like nighttime in here. Yeah, east is up. Yeah, and central is up too now. The west is barely starting to get up. Oh, okay. Well, glad saw we could show you this. You know. Yeah, absolutely. It's very enchanting, especially watching it become morning. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm sure that is very relaxing in a lake. It's almost like a lake right here, but there's no lake. It's like an invisible lake. But it definitely has a scenery of the lake because all the trees we have here. It's so cool to see like the West, right? So the West is barely getting the sun. So this sun you're seeing right now is reaching, barely reaching the West Coast. That's how bright it is. Oh, it will. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely. It'll fill up with boats before long. Yeah. You have a lot of people going in there. Yeah. Good morning, Passion. Great to see you. I've been live for a long time. I've been live since it was like dark nighttime. So I'm glad you were able to come by. Yeah, Pash, you. The sun is in perfect condition. So I'm glad to see. Oh, thank you, Rebecca. I'll check it out. Appreciate it. Have family of fox pups outside of his home and catching them in the morning. The feed uh, is pretty cool. They actually come outdoor waiting for cat food. Oh, that is so cool. I love foxes. They're so cute. Yeah, that's really nice. I'd film them here if we had foxes here, but we don't really have them. Oh yes, you do. You do, and it's paid off. Son has a smile and sunglasses on. Gotta give him a shiny things to look at as he flies overhead. Keep your roof gutters clean. Make sure you wash the car roof. A lot of activities. Yeah. Yeah. My dog ate a pound of turtle food the other day. Owned you literally the whole supply for a month or two. Crazy. Levi. Hilarious. Yeah. Thanks for all the likes. They get through work for 2 days off and spend cutting grass, never ending cycle in the summer. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that'd be very cool indeed. Yeah. Yeah, the grass cutting. That's something I'm going to be doing today, by the way. Grass cutting is certainly a thing. Yeah. Oh, 60 shrubs. Scared. Oh yeah, that's a lot of involvement right there. Yeah. Yeah, scared. Yeah, it's very cool, Jerry. Very cool. They are cuties. Those boxes. You too, Jerry. Take care. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, they are absolutely. You got daylight now. Hey, wonderful weekend. Please, of those bay foxes. Yeah, I like to see pictures of them too. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. You see, in the sun where it is right now, in the position in the sky is where is daylight where you are, and you see it's coming from here and going where and teleporting the light to where you are, all the way across the country. That is so fascinating. All right, that's the whole tree now. Whole tree is lit up. Oh, the marine layer. I remember the marine layer. I know that it's doing its thing. Yes, I heard about that. There is a guard of the garden. Oh, really? You can't even see your backpack. It's so thick. Wow. Oh, backyard. Okay. Sometimes it's so thick I can't see my backyard. Okay. I read that wrong. Yeah, exactly. It'll be. Uh, that's very thick marine layer. Indeed. Yeah, it's bubbles. Good morning, Lori. Oh, that's good. You wow, that's a while. I'm glad that you got that checked out. It's a long time to have to deal with something like that. Oh wow, I didn't find anything. Yeah, hopefully you find relief at some point. Hey, Lizard. So took 2 droppers of magnesium yesterday and slept since yesterday 1 p.m. Except for a week break last night. I haven't had any Tylenol, ibuprofen in 36 hours, which is amazing. Oh, that's great. That's great. Oh, you fell back asleep watching SNS. Yeah, yeah, I saw you there. Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah, I'm sure there are. Yeah. She also said try COQ10. There's a couple of other ones you can try, like because she actually recommended natural stuff. Well, that's good to recommend natural stuff. Yeah, yeah. The prescription stuff is Timu Sheen. Yeah, if people have to take something prescription, that's different. But yeah, I understand your perspective about that. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Thank you. Yeah, yeah, Lori. We been live since nighttime. It's been the first time we've done it straight through like this, like outside. Yeah, Lori, hilarious. Oh, hey, Duke. Great to see you. You used to wear Timu at school, and the kids cracked up. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, people are using it all over the world now, and YouTube chat rooms and stuff. Good doctors always go natural before prescription meds found a good doctor a few years back. Well, that's good. That's good. Yeah, the lizard people. Yeah. Oh yeah, scared. Might be like Frosty the Snowman and start melting. Where I am, it's 84% humidity with 82 degrees Fahrenheit. But in Celsius, for those that are over there and somewhere in the other realms, it's actually um, oh, it's 28 Celsius where I am. Yeah. I would be a Timu puddle if I were there. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, definitely, absolutely. It changed everything worlds apart. Look at those crazy clouds, chat. Wow. Wow, that's angelic weather, Duke. Exactly, Pash. It's facts. Now, earlier, Pash, it was much cooler because the sun didn't come up just yet. It was much cooler. Yeah. 97, that's a big difference from 51 to 97. No. Scared. Good morning, Shell. Welcome to the stream. So the Pentagon released more. Yeah, they did. They did release more UAP footage. Yeah. We're approaching winter here, and she's looking forward to finally turning off the AC. Well, yeah, that would be cool for y'all to have some cool weather coming from Antarctica. Yeah. It's hot here in the afternoon, but nothing like it did in Texas. Yeah. And Lori says to passion, wow. No, she just says like 100% emojis to passion. Our waves are short lived usually, and we get off T storm break them. Yeah, well, where I am, it's always like this all the time. I mean, until it gets winter time. But it's good for the plants, though. All the plants here. Oh wow, Saw. Thanks for the update. Yeah, 61 right now, but it's gonna get to 88. Oh, okay. Lori says if you aren't streaming some days, I check the weather and there's usually rain and lightning in the map. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Shell said 46 currently, high 68. That's some angelic weather you got there. Wow. Oh, we get tons of lightning. Yeah. Down here's where they grew all the crops and food and stuff, and then they shipped it to other parts of the country. That's why they chose this region. Yeah. See, the technology can be used for fascinating things. Like you can see where everybody's at and what everybody's weather is. So that's something pretty cool. Yes, I've seen that before. 65 going to get 82. Oh, okay, I think so. There's an airplane right there in the sky. Right there. Live in high desert. It doesn't rain much. 4,400 feet above sea level. 10,000 feet mountain out of my window. A 10,000 foot mountain out of your window. Well, that's awesome. Camp 42,000 ladder mount a month. I camp at 42,000 later this month. I hope it will be my 7th year. That's awesome. And the Cascades are really nice. I love the Cascades. And different mountain coordinates there. It's very beautiful. Blizzard, I wouldn't be surprised. That may have occurred. They may have used. They definitely had Agent Orange that would have uh, done stuff with the weather too, but they probably did weather control there. It obviously didn't. If they did use it, it didn't really do anything in there. But I guess they could have done it. I wouldn't be surprised. The mountains. A lot of times in mountains, it'll be snowing for a long period of time in the mountains, and that's something I always found fascinating because it's so high up in elevation. People can see things differently there than they can in other places because it's a high elevation, and it's also, I think, probably much cooler weather usually, depending on the region. That's where a lot of the Nephilims come from. They lived in the mountains. The giants. Really? Wow. Yeah, because you'd think that the mountains would have a lot of snow there. Oh, there's still snow on the mountaintops. Okay. Thanks for checking that out. I can. There's also certain type of goats that are on the mountains, and they go bah, and they like to yell. I go early this season. I can have campfire before it's restricted. Oh, that's good. That's good. Iran 20 years ago accused the United States of geoengineering against them, causing drought and radiation concentration from the sun. Okay. Um, oh, interesting. I didn't know about the geo, and I knew about the geoengineering, but I didn't know different countries accused us of that. Well, yeah, I know about the cloud seeding, so that must probably linked to that too. Okay. Interesting. Pash said, "When I was a kid, I thought giving everyone water would be easy if we just drag the clouds around behind the planes." That's a cool idea. I wish things were as simple as that. Yeah, ours have some snow, but not as much as we have. I can see snow out the windows. It's not yellow either. Hilarious, dude. Yeah. David says, Lori, that's how ancient Oreo cream were made. Black seeds and mountain snow. Okay. All right. The mountains are almost like its own dimension. in another realm, so to speak. It's not like, it's like isolated from other types of weather. It has like its own ecosystem. Life elevated, right? Right. Mountains are hardened poo of ancient giants. They didn't use lifers. Okay. Yeah, there's actually theories of the mountains themselves being some of the giants Nephilim that were washed up in different positions. I've talked about that in the show before, and I've shown pictures of it. So you're not completely far off there. I see you do. Yeah, and the camping's cool. I, like basically these live streams are like camping trips, but it's like going live all night in like the woodlands. I camp next to a giant monolith, and I think it affects to microclimate there. Yeah, it does. Those types of monoliths and those crystals and things, which a monolith is something different, but yeah, that definitely would have effect on it. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, Duke. Interesting. Yeah. Um, that had to be something wild to watch. Okay. Thanks for updating. All right. I hear you. It's okay. You say what you got to say. All right. Lizard says apparently there are whistleblowers that claim our own government has been experimenting with our weather for decades, possibly could explain some violent weather events over the years. I agree with that, dude. I agree with that, Lizard. I agree with that. And let's see. And he thought that Carmelo should have gotten off scot free. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. I remember I was talking. I've heard about. I heard about that before. Yeah. And thanks for filming in, Duke. Scared. All right. So Passion said camping in the yard is exactly like being in the woodlands. Yeah, the exact same thing. It's an exact simulation. Yeah. So 2 years ago, there was a lightning storm all around me, but it split in different directions, and it didn't hit me. Camp went on by. Oh, okay, Duke. Understood. I appreciate your thoughts on that. A lot of people are upset over that situation. I, over time, became um, intertwined in the trial YouTuber hemisphere and left the other regions. So that was my reasons. It's okay, Duke. Say what you have to get off your chest to go for it. It doesn't bother me. Thanks for telling me your thoughts. Um, yeah, the protection from the Grand Wizard again lightning. I think the monolith might have deflected the lightning somehow. Yeah, I believe it did. I believe it has a supernatural, or a natural, or supernatural, or both ability to do that. Yeah. Yeah, scared. Yeah, let's see, Duke's the two cats and the space yeti. Oh, for 26 years. That's a while. All right, Passion says, I was going to keep quiet, but I should declare that I thought Carmelo should get not guilty. I'm not going to hide it from that. Passion, you have right to feel that way. That's fine if you feel that way. And thanks for saying your thoughts on this. Duke said, so have 50 Bigfoot pins, give them the people I meet. Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds something cool. That's cool. There's a creek that feeds a high marsh springs, lots of frogs, birds, and wildlife. I love it so much. Passion says defense convinced me with their narrative and was closed court. Maybe I'll change positions after reading the transcript. Passion says, okay. She's open to changing her position. That's cool. Okay. And on purpose. Let's see. Oh, that's close, Duke. That's close. Lori, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Yeah. Take a trip and never leave the farm. Yeah. Take the mushroom. Say you have like a whole suitcase of different mushrooms to take. And that's and go trip out and go to another realm just by that. Hilarious. The mushroom coffee sounds pretty fascinating. Actually, sounds pretty fascinating. We'll be begging for catnip soon. Yeah, it's good. Rise brand by cup cheap eBay. Okay. Yeah, fun guy is wild, definitely. Yeah. Well, catnip because his ears clipped and he loves catnip. Yeah, so these different herbal things are good and natural for people that need help or need to like feel better about like the health or need to feel better. It's good that they have those out there for people to have like these natural things. Yeah. Hey, very clever son. Very clever name. Yeah, everybody's entitled to opine what they want to say. Okay. And yeah, catnip is very good for the cats. They like to trip out on it. If it's a lot of it, they can even trip out on it. Yeah. Oh, it was fun. Oh, nice, nice. She said the psychologist wants for distract. Oh, okay. I've not really heard about the tapping of foot for distraction, but that if that works, that it's good for you. Yeah, that's a hey Kentucky. That's a uh, it'd be a tropical treat. It would be definitely. Welcome to the chat. All right. I've seen Grateful Dead 150 times. Yeah, that's awesome. Had a Grateful Dead concert once a day. Guy just headed us a bag of them. Okay. Listen to binocular beats music and meditate. Now that school is out, my self care will go up quite a bit. Summer is healing time. Yeah. But Lori, you with a headache and all, you really are dedicated and you have a lot of resilience. Okay, so you take it easy this summer, definitely, absolutely. And some clouds, some clouds. Miles of smiles. That's cool. Oh, that's very cool, Lori. Very cool. Yeah, definitely deserves a break. Yeah, that definitely, dude. It's good to help out the kids. You know? Work in summer school in July, but only 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, 4 weeks. It's fun. Oh, that's good. It's fun. It's good. Yeah, I think that is it's probably more laid back in regular school. School in the summer will be very hot. You know, for some reason, it's much more hotter than it is during the school year. Youngest son and I are going to see the step granddaughter perform the Holt Center this afternoon. She's a dancer. It's amazing. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. I went to there's some teacher I had some issues with over some organization. There was like a in there that it was just let's just say some school politics, right? And I failed the chemistry class because of, in my opinion, because of school politics. And so I went to summer school one time, and it was 10 years ago this year. I still got to work at the summer camp, and I had a good time actually. And it was a teacher that left the school that I got to actually have, and it was a nice class. But I, I still got to do the camp stuff, and some girl I was with at the time I got back with, and it was nice getting back after some splitting episode she had. So yeah, this year was actually a pretty cool year of. I went back to my YouTube channel around this year and next year, 10 years ago, which eventually led us to where we are now. Yes, and true, but we will be in an updated facility this summer, so it'll be cool and nice. Yeah, I actually used to hang out over around this area before it. Um, you know, I did the YouTube stuff. Well, actually, while starting YouTube stuff, it was around this time. I used to be over here, and yeah, this region I used to hang out around a lot because this is where the internet was. Lori said the summer school I do is life skills special ed, so teach socializing, safety, and physical exercise. We play music and dance. Oh, that's very nice. That's very nice. Yeah, I remember I was talking to some people I never got to really talk to around the this chick and one of my friends. We're talking about aliens and stuff, and that was like a pre spaceship. It was like the earlier parts of the spaceship, and we talk about it like in the side of the stage about the alien stuff. And look at us now; we've gotten quite big since then. Yeah. So it was actually I was very ambitious about YouTube in 2016. I was like, I was going to go in there and get it monetized and all. And I did it. I did it. I also got to be friends with different streaming groups across YouTube, which was a bonus. So I remember the optimism about it, and I achieved it. I wasn't really into doing College is fine to do. Very smart people do that, and I just was into doing the other kind of things like this. But yeah, so um, yeah, that was a this is when I talked to some friends down the street. Yeah, facts, Duke. I agree. Another thing that I did was talked. I did some hung out with some friends from my youth that were like in a neighborhood too. And later in like August, like 10 years ago, it'll be. So this year was pretty cool. 10 years ago. Well, this is great now with what we have with YouTube is beyond my imagination. Uh, what I dreamed of happening, and but before that, 10 years ago, it was we were getting there. We were getting there, and yeah, the foundation was laid for what we have now. YouTube channel really started in 2010, but I used it in the past, but then I rebranded it into the spaceship thing. Thank you, Saul. I appreciate that. Thank you. She said you have a gift of understanding an individual and communicating with them. Thank you. Yeah, I, I appreciate that, and I am glad for our community we have here in the spaceship. Very cool. The Garden Live is one of the greatest achievements that the spaceship has produced so far. And Duke he's been with the different eras of the spaceship from when I first got back on it. So he's seen the whole thing. So yeah, the Garden Lives I think was one of the greatest inventions of the spaceship so far. Yeah, people like. I like to see the different groups like it. Oh, thanks, Lori. I remember when I first saw your channel name and was like, "What is this strange name?" But now I know it's Simple Fantastic. Simply fantastic. Oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I do think that the original channel name, which it still exists, but we use the handle that you see now, which is much more clean cut looking, and that was what we have back. The alien spaceship sound effects and vlogs always iconic, and the reason I'll tell you the reason that name was there. So it was Hansel Cat at one time. Then it was rebranded into this. There's a YouTube video that I have. Yes, Lori. I mean, yes, Saw. I met you in LC chat. Yep. The LC chat is where the largest spaceship region on YouTube. Yeah. I am so thankful I went there. I met so many people from there came here, and we've had good relations with them. And of course, uh, there's been ups and downs with some groups in there, but overall it was excellent. And I'd say the LC group was the one that helped bring the channel towards the monetization because the trials that we were playing all the time. So yeah, the trial group has tremendously have contributed to the channel, definitely. But of course, the other group, SNS, ABL, the other groups have been also very important for the channel as well. So yeah, I remember there's a video that I did, which was a sound effect. There was some soundtrack, and it's still getting like thousands of views every day since 2017. And I named my channel after it because it went viral. It was originally called Alien Spaceship Sound Effects, and I remember when I was learning about YouTube, they would have the channel that was called You would have to name your channel after the genre you're in. So I was going to do too many things at once. So I named it Alien Spaceships about conspiracy theories, sound effects, and vlogs about pretty much anything else. Like vlogs or about sound effects. I was just trying to tell people something about different things. I would say now the long channel name could be shortened, and it probably will be shortened, definitely. The Alien Spaceship Gemix thing is fine. That's cool. And the um, other thing, which has to do with the long name, it can be shortened, but the because the time periods change, and you can change the name during different time periods. Because like a shorter name, I think would stick better now. But the Alien Spaceship sound effects did great. It brought people into the channel. People were curious about what it was. Even if people thought it was strange or something, it brought their attention in. It worked. Yeah, so I appreciate everybody that came here. I love trials. I was into true crime stuff even when I was in school. I like true crime stuff, and that I'm really thankful for those trial groups. I like them a lot. The LC group watches. They like to watch the Garden lives too, which is cool. Because the Garden Live is cool because it's on your phone and it's just like you kind of like a portable live stream. It's really cool. Duke says, I describe my channel as a savage journey into the heart of the American dream. Yeah, that is awesome. That's the perfect way to put it. And the mockingbird is still chirping. That's awesome. I think it's cool how these plants are edible in different countries. I think it's pretty cool. Now over here, we just use them as decorations. So it's something kind of ironic but interesting. Dragonfly. Yeah, funny mockingbird. And here's a dragonfly right here. Scared. Yeah, dragonflies are the best. Oh, Nop the cat is here meowing. Oh, okay. Peaceful, right there. Shout out to the cats. They're pretty cool. Bubble. A lot of cats here just are just like sunbathing right now. He buries his nose in the catnip and sneezes and rolls. Yeah, you see, cats they'll sneeze and they'll roll in it and get all into it. It's hilarious how they act. Okay, so now we're gonna be starting to wrap up the stream, and I'll be going live later. And yeah, this has been a really cool, awesome stream. We were outside the entire time. That was really cool. Watching the sun come up and everything. Lori, I saw it, and I think that it's very fascinating. I believe that it's true that they are guardians. The ancient people were able to figure this out, and very well, very easily. My pleasure, Lori. My pleasure. Okay. Saw girl. I'm going to talk about UFO files later. Yes, absolutely, 100%. Also, those are lurking, hanging out with us. I appreciate y'all too, and those who were here earlier. Okay. Yeah. So later we're going to be going live about the UFO files. Oh, thank you, Passion. All right. So take care, everybody. We've been live for 6 hours. That's pretty cool. Nice. Yeah. Yes, you too, Sosh said. Have a good day, everyone. She loves the Gaarden streams. Hello, Viking. Welcome to the stream, and see you later. Okay. And this is the Gaarden stream, by the way, just so you can see what it looks like. Pretty cool. Yeah, have a nice day, and peace.